and also we're friends.
We're live.
What?
Hi.
Oh, hi.
Hello.
Hello, everyone. Good evening and welcome back to my little corner of the world. Hey, all, you know me. I'm your friendly neighborhood Prax, and we are back for more Witcher Roads Home, our Golden Age of Witchers campaign, with these fine, fabulous folks, and we're gonna let them go around and say who they are and who they're playing, and then we'll get into the fun stuff, because I'll do the rest of the spiel later. Hey, Billy. How you doing?
I'm good. Just in the process of retweeting the going live tweet on Praxis Twitter, which, you know, hey, if you're around and are on Twitter, give it a like and a retweet, and then we'll get some folks watching this stellar crew. Super excited to potentially deal with or not deal with any sort of fallout from last week's episode, because, you know, Ardzo isn't much of a secret guy, but I guess maybe he is. Yeah, apparently he was. Chaos. I'm real excited. I've been waiting all week for this, and I can't say enough about the folks that that I have the privilege of playing with today. So that's it. I'm done, and I'm grateful, and thank you.
Well, thank you. Thank you for all of what you do. Also, thank you for all of your fine, fabulous help with the wonderful art on the Twitter announcement, by the way, designed by our dear friend Billy himself. I'll figure it out. It's fine. And then next up, below Billy, hey, Lindy, how are you?
It's me. Hi, I'm Lindy, and I'll be playing Brenna, the cat school witcher. Secrets? What secrets? I think all of her secrets were basically, like, revealed last week when, you know, she was talking to her brother, and that she has nothing else. No more beans to spill. The beans are all... They're all taken care of. However, she does need to get her arm taken care of. And she figured out that Ardzo is a Were-Wolverine badger thing. And, you know, it's on a monthly cycle, and, you know, she understands that. It's fine. So, can't wait to see if, when, how we get out of this cell. It's gonna be great times.
You know, I've got ideas.
Okay, good.
I've got ideas.
I'm sure everything is fine and dandy. And, you know, it's not going to be a hard candy Christmas at all.
What's wrong with hard candy at Christmas?
Okay, wait, time out.
Starling Horton, go ahead.
Lindy, that just means that Trooper and I need to advance your film education and show you the best musical there is, Best Little Whorehouse in Texas.
Mm-hmm.
I've heard of that one because I did a charity event that was themed around that.
Oh, was it? What was the charity? Because I feel like Ianto has ideas about what kind of like it could be Ianto.
Fundraising / charity.
Okay.
It's for the local theater.
Oh, all right, that's cool.
It is.
Ianto loves doing charities like that, but usually for himself. Fundraising, like I'm just telling, like there's like. So, hey, I'm Trooper SJP, and I have a couple of things to say real quick before I announce who I play. One, Praxagora the Smophoria, her hashtag game is on point, and you would know that if you've seen our Twitter announcement, which if you wanted to, you could retweet. I wouldn't stop you. I would encourage you. And then the second thing is, you know how if you ever watch Critical Role, the cast likes to say ridiculous things right before they go live? And they want to say it right before they go live so that then Matt Mercer has a freak out reaction and they think it's hilarious. I feel like it's the opposite in this one. I feel like we just say ridiculous things not thinking we're going to go live, then Prax is like, go live, and then we're like, oh, we just talked about brothels live. Hey, how you doing? And I also love that. I feel like it's the best. It's like the reverse. It's awesome. I am playing Ianto, who is a brother of Brenna. That's how you would describe him. Also, perhaps criminal would be another way to describe him. Also, perhaps con man, brothel owner. There are a lot of ways, there's a lot of ways you could describe him. He's currently slashed up in the face, which is his moneymaker, which is unfortunate, and locked in a cage. His sister got off easy by having her arm ripped off, which her weapon arm, her dominant weapon arm, I feel like it's very equivalent, just she doesn't think so, I don't think. That's me.
Well, yeah, they're not equivalent.
Yeah, I mean, it is. Also, speaking of the arm, because I feel that this is important to say, that DMs can get things wrong, yo. And this particular GM did math bad, because what I thought was a 37 was actually a 32, and the difference between 19 and 37 is real bad, but the difference between 19 and 32 is slightly less bad. So, we're not going to retcon anything, because everyone agreed that the dope-ass moment of Brenna stabbing a wolf through the skull with her own hand holding the sword was a great thing, but it means that we might allow for certain things within the narrative to occur that might not otherwise mechanically regularly occur in the Witcher TTRPG as designed by our dear friends over at Ardzo Games. And if you have any, sometimes math is hard.
I learned that from Barbie.
Sometimes math is hard.
Yeah, actually, sorry. But hey all, as you can see, we has our art donation bar going. You can also see underneath, that ties to one of the very nice panels underneath, says Pass the Hat. We have all of art update for those of you who wish to know. Our artist has all of the descriptions and is working on getting the art for these fine folks for this particular game.
I also have my new jacket.
New jacket? Fun?
Yeah, I got my new jacket.
Yay. But we
my
also
beard grew a little bit.
The hair grew. The beard grew?
Yeah, it's got a fraction of an inch longer. Yeah.
Yeah.
There we go.
And Lindy's arm was ripped off. Method.
So method.
It got better.
I got better.
Yeah, is a thing. But for those, I also have fixed commands, because I can try and fix those things. So if you want to know what fine, wonderful game we are playing tonight, it is game, and it brings you to the fact that #not sponsored, our dear friends are Ardzo, because we are playing The Witcher TTRPG set in the early days, 200 years before Geralt of Rivia walks. Whoa. 120 years before Geralt of Rivia will be born, 200 years before Geralt of Rivia will start making a mess across the northern countries. We also have this nice handy-dandy thing that I created for the players.
Oh, yes.
Called the NPCs. And that brings you to an image document of all of the NPCs that you can follow along with, so that everyone knows who everyone that they've met so far looks like. Not that, within certain boundaries.
What? Yavik is so attractive.
I know. I'm just saying.
This is my first time opening the document. I mean, listen, I was the whole time. I'm an actor, and I was acting just then.
Okay, good.
I'm just saying. That's all.
I love all of my players.
Why is everyone so fucking good looking? Holy crap.
This is what Prax does to us, Billy. This is part of the torment.
Yeah.
Or delight.
Even Gran, yo.
Yeah.
I want to party with Gran.
I'm sure I have. You should look on the audience. Look at the thing. There's like lots of hot people.
Lots of hot people.
Mm-hmm.
And my horse, who's not a hot person, but is very cute. Confidant's a cutie.
Oh.
Yes.
Who, Gwyneth? Sorry. Go ahead, Prax.
I'm just gonna sit here and let my players go through the NPCs that they've met, interacted
We'll get some sign cards and we'll just rate them all.
It's fine.
We'll just
it's
get
fine.
it's just emoji.
I'm sure they're not just avoiding things that may have been, dark and traumatic from last week. So, hey, Ardzo, how you doing? Billy.
Oh, yeah, this is your fault. This is your fault. Given. Jesus, wow. Okay. Yeah, I'm ready. What's up? What are we doing?
Well, last we left off, Ianto and Brenna were locked in the basement of Ardzo's house, which is actually a cell. And it's where they discovered he has worked hard to prevent his own nature and curse from attacking others. But Ardzo, I have a question for you. It's been a long night. You hunted wolves, 3 of them that you managed to find, across the plains and swamps. It's colder now. Damp. That feel of not quite snow on the wind and in the air. The sun is rising. Where do we find Ardzo as the sun brightens the sky of vibrant, dark red?
Naked and unconscious. In a little rocky alcove.
You're not far from your home. You know these woods and plains. Most of this territory you've walked at one point or another. What do you do as the sun and streaks of red brighten the sky?
Freak out.
Yeah, you are still covered in wolf blood.
Yep, and then try to find the remnants of the things that I know, like the clothes and stuff, because I can't go back to my house and unlock my friends from the cell that I kept them in the basement naked. That would just be inappropriate.
Would you like to roll an awareness, please?
I wouldn't care. I wouldn't care if you walked in naked.
I think Brenna has other concerns.
Yeah, it's fine.
18.
It's like that scene in a really bad hangover movie of the strewn clothes across the hotel room, various debris. As you make your way back towards your house, you kind of pick up one and then the other in small pieces. Most of it's all intact. You have designed your accoutrement to be sturdy and well worn. Your cloak is durable and easy to fix.
On my way back, though, I want to find like a stream or, as a native Western Pennsylvania person would say, a creek, and wash all of the caked wolf blood off of me, and try to do as much as I can to make myself look somewhat presentable. Find a vine of something to tie my hair back, just out of familiarity of, when anyone can relate to when you go on a bender and lose yourself, the first thing you want to do is overcompensate when you come back to. So.
Or eat.
Oh, I ate.
There was much consumption of a very large wolf. As you make your way back to your home, doesn't take long, half an hour, 45 minutes after sunrise. There is still the dead warg on your front lawn. A couple other strewn pieces of dead wolf around.
He thinks
your door locked and secured.
He thinks to himself, like, after, everything, he's going to attempt to maintain an air of normalcy, bring in the warg, perhaps cook some breakfast for his guests, and just, act like nothing happened. So, first thing he'll do is unlock his door. He'll grab like a tablecloth or a large, like something, to gather the corpse of the warg, bring it inside, clear off the table, and like lay it down on the table and start. This is like, you're not that far away, so you'll hear this happening.
You do hear all of this.
Do we? Just a question about the system.
Huh?
We slept all night in a comfortable suite.
You've recovered all of your
suite.
stamina, and you get back the number of hit points equal to your Rex score.
That was what I wanted to know. Thank you. I was just asking because it was such, we didn't get a nice view or anything like that. I just thought, that. Maybe. There we go.
Hearing the door open then, especially if she hears something large being dragged behind, because that's her warg corpse, damn it. She's gonna get paid for that. Brenna would call up, Ardzo?
Oh, good morning. I'm just preparing some breakfast. Would you like some? A leg, perhaps a rib?
Do not cut open the warg. I need it for contract.
As polite as possible. You cut its head open yesterday, so what are the limits of cutting it open? And
because I have to drag it back into town.
Then what are we going to eat?
Don't you have chickens? Eggs? In town?
He's conflicted because of the lies, and it's obvious. Like, he's not. The wolf scared off all of my chickens, so I don't.
Well, can you at least let us out of this cell now, so that you do not sound like a Were-Wolverine or a Were-Badger anymore?
And just sort of like pats his, he's got like, you've got your pouch and all that, and he just sort of pats his pouch where his lockpicks have been all night, which he just hasn't used and has not mentioned that he has, because people don't need to know he has a set of lockpicks.
Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah, no, but he was just like, he just taps his pouch sort of slightly, thinking about, and it actually probably isn't his pouch. It's probably actually inside the lining of his jacket in case somebody took his stuff away.
A very nice jacket.
He's just like, oh yeah, and he just kind of like, as she says, would you let us out? He just kind of notes his lockpicks, but he just kind of sits there. Terribly scarred.
And then he kind of composes himself, walks downstairs. You see his feet, and he's clothed. He has the stuff on that he had on the night prior, and there's no blood on him. And he comes down and
Could I roll grooming and style?
Sure.
Thanks. I just want to assess. You know how, like, in when you were a kid, there was a highlights magazine that had the two different photographs of things, and you compare, like, if there's anything different between the two images. I want to compare in my mind exactly what he was wearing last night when he locked us in here, and like now, like, are there differences between the clothing then and now, like large claw marks or something weird like that? I mean, not just
or something on the wrong hip, or
yeah.
I mean,
or
there aren't things in the wrong place, but the clothes are definitely more damaged than they were the night before. And I would also perhaps say that, they need to be repaired. And they may or may not be slightly bloodstained. He's definitely cleaned up.
I jumped in the creek.
You
I
did
just
indeed.
note. Bloodstains are hard to get out, although I think maybe at some club soda, maybe. But I don't say anything. I just sort of note that, yep, apparently that is real. That actually happened. Like, it was like, yeah. Because, right, like, there's like, he's aware. Well, we didn't see it happen, right? You know what I mean? Like, we didn't see it. But,
No. Brenna heard it.
But the clothes, right? Like, that's... Yeah. It was just like that kind of confirmation that I needed.
And so he opens the door and doesn't look any of you in the eye and walks immediately right back upstairs. And you hear him take a big breath and fumble around for some food that he can potentially make for his guests. Since my chickens ran off, I can, I've got a lot of root vegetables here. How do you like? I can, heat up some potatoes.
I'm not particularly hungry, but thank you. And she'll trudge up the stairs.
I don't want to be a bad host. I don't get.
No, it is
visitors.
appreciated. Sorry to inconvenience you on your night of the month.
He'll just take it and accept it and just pretend like he'll move on quickly and pretend like that comment didn't come out.
Ianto's still in the basement, just thinking, just a little bit, just think a little bit.
Did you guys have a nice stay down in my finest bedroom?
As well as I could have rested.
I'd hope you did not read my journal.
No, I did not read your journal.
Okay, that would be.
I did see your calendar, though it was open. But...
Well, it's on the wall, so I like to keep track of the days. There are some mushrooms
I'd imagine that is very important for you, yeah.
It is. There are some herbs that are better to be picked at some times of the year than others. What are you getting at?
I can tell you are not used to telling anyone, but I was able to figure it out.
Figure what out?
That you are either a Were-Wolverine or a Were-Badger. I'm leaning towards Wolverine, though.
What?
Cursed.
Cursed? I'm not cursed. It
is typically a curse.
No. First, this is absolute nonsense. I invite you into my home and you accuse me of being a Were-Wolverine. Or a Were-Badger? What is...
Yeah. You seem to be managing it quite well, though. Applaud you on that.
Ianto's in the doorframe. He sort of, padded quietly up the stairs and is just in the doorframe, sort of leaning up against it, just listening to this conversation.
That is not a very gracious thing to accuse of a host. Okay,
I'm sorry,
so
do you dislike honesty, or is it just?
It's not honesty. It's abrasive and hurtful.
And sometimes the truth hurts.
But it is not the truth.
Then what is the truth? Because that is what I was able to piece together.
What you're
5 minutes
wrong. I don't care. You are wrong. Okay, so take your studies and everything you think you know. You are incorrect. You are wrong. So
it
please
is an
leave.
unusual one. So
please leave.
And she's just grabbing the work with her one arm. It is a bit unusual since it is only once a month, but you seem to have it under control. So have a nice morning.
I don't know what you're talking about. Please leave.
Can I human perception to see if he is amnesiac when it's that time of the month, perhaps?
You can indeed.
This is not going to go well, but
And
We can
Ianto's
try.
Ianto's got his eyes all on Ardzo as he's denying and denying and denying.
Ardzo,
That's pretty good for me with an 11.
it is. Ardzo, do you wish to roll a deception?
In his state, absolutely. He would. He's not great at it, so I guess we're equally matched.
I don't know. Do you have a 3 empathy?
Yeah. So here's what it is. With the 16, Ardzo is very firm. He is very firm in the fact that he's not cursed. Brenna, you might be slightly concerned that he might be slightly it might be like traumatic amnesia.
Yeah.
You know, he's not really aware of it, but he's not lying to you.
Yeah. Like, he's got it on his calendar, though. He seems to have it under control. Maybe he just doesn't remember most. I don't. She's just like, I'm just gonna.
Yeah.
Have a nice day.
Are you not gonna keep us the breakfast?
Ianto, you are fully aware that he is denying all of this. He remembers everything. He just physically cannot deal with talking about it at all.
Are you gonna kick us out before breakfast when my sister's got her arm in her hands because it's been ripped off?
Well, I didn't kick you out, did I? I welcome both of you into my home, and she accuses me of being a animal.
It's not
Look at
actually
me.
what she said.
Look at me. Do I look like an animal to you?
Ardzo, do you want to do this? Is this how you want to do it? With me? Is this?
He adopts a defensive posture and crosses his arms and kind of broadens his legs. You know that when someone welcomes you into their home, that there are things that you can do and you cannot do. Am I incorrect on this?
Everything is contextual.
Don't take this and put it into something that is subjective, okay?
Well, no, there's some pretty objective things that happened last night.
No, there isn't. Okay.
Ardzo, do you want to, I'm going to ask you a question. Do you want to have this conversation right now, or you want to have it later?
I'm sorry, you are in my home, and I am trying to help the both of you, and you turn it around at me and say these things that are not true. And I don't feel good about it. So what am I supposed to do? Okay? What do I do here?
All right. Then we're going to have the conversation now, aren't we then? All right. Would you do me a favor?
It depends on what the favor is.
Would you sit down at your table?
I don't feel like sitting. I feel strong standing like this right now, like I am.
Yeah, but would you sit down there with me? I'd like to sit with you at the table where it's a little bit less
I don't want to do that
tense.
because I feel like this is a trap, and I don't want to be in a trap.
You know, I don't want to I want to have this like a relaxed conversation rather than sort of a little bit stressed out right now.
I am a little bit stressed out right now, so...
I think we all are. So could we maybe just dial it back a bit, right? You know, wind back the watt clock and just sit down for a little bit.
Well, on one condition, if I can cook you some onions, I can cook you some onions, and maybe I may have some eggs left. Okay, if you will do that, if you will eat my food, then we can maybe do that. We can talk, okay? So let me make my eggs and food for you, and then we can sit down. Is that okay?
It's all right. Brent as well?
She's
Brenna's
outside.
Outside. She's dragged the fork out.
Brenna.
And is outside, and she's whistled for confidant.
Brenna. Come on.
What?
Would you come inside whenever you finish tying up the thing?
I need to check on the confidant.
Okay.
He would.
Ardzo, I'm gonna tell you something, all right?
Can you tell it to me while I'm cooking? Because I'm going to get the things prepped now.
Do you want me to help? I can cut things pretty well.
I know, but I have a way, and I just need you to trust me. Can you trust me?
I need to tell you something before I answer that question, though.
Well, then it's going to have to wait until I'm done cooking.
Well, I'm going to tell you while you're cooking, because I feel like this is the thing to say when you got a knife in your hands. It's so much safer.
Okay, well, I'm going to turn my back and gather the ingredients, so you say whatever it is that you want to say.
Probably be easier that way.
And he starts fuddling around, finds some eggs, some parsley, some rosemary.
Thyme? Parsley, sage also, perhaps?
I have the parsley. I'm out of sage and thyme.
All right.
Wait,
I
feel that we must, in the honor of this particular game, roll to see how good Ardzo is at cooking in this group.
What's that roll? Is it,
I would say
alchemy?
Alchemy? Well, no, isn't. Hold on.
What did we use?
No,
I can't remember what we used. I feel like it was some sort of craft based.
Wim used all wilderness survival because he had that, but
that was for like.
I can roll wilderness survival. I'm down with that. Whatever you
What kind of
feel.
food do you want to give us?
I want to make you the
wilderness
best
survival or just general crafting.
Well, I think the bonus with wilderness survival is going to be more, right? Because the general craftsmanship is just the flat score.
The skill
There's a
crafting,
skill crafting.
under craft.
I'm gonna go wilderness survival.
It sounds like you're scrounging, so if that's fair.
Yeah, that's scrounging makes sense. Scrounging, I will allow scrounging.
And and we get our luck points back this episode.
Yes, every session you get luck points.
He is obviously very emotional, and he wants this to be the fucking best shit they've ever had. So he's gonna pour 6 points of luck into this, all of it, all of his luck.
Could I roll a either social etiquette or grooming and style, perhaps grooming and style, to help plate this to make it look lovely?
It would be social etiquette, not grooming and style.
Because I don't know which one's like. I've got two different social ones.
With the 30, we have kept up the honor of somewhere, in some distant future, in 220 years from now, there will be this bear witcher from Gesso who learned how to make eggs and hash, hash browns from, or as the Italians call it, peppers and eggs, which, now I want peppers and eggs, from a very curmudgeon-y dwarf at some point in the distant future with an overwhelming skill. And
did you just inadvertently give me plot armor?
No, I didn't. I said sometime in the future. I didn't say how long
by
in the
some
future.
old curmudgeonly dwarf.
I did not overwhelmingly give you plot armor.
But it's small, a little bit of plot armor. I make it, and it's.
I think Ianto comes up beside you as you're making things, just sort of like kind of just slides in next to you and just sort of like plates and makes your food look beautiful.
He, as soon as he recognizes that you're in his like space, he gets super defensive and looks at you as like, "Excuse me, can you let me?
Do you want me to help you and make it look nice?"
I appreciate you offering, I really do, and you notice an increased level of softness at your efforts, but please let me treat my guests to some of the things that I know.
All right.
And then he finishes, he makes 3 full plates, sets them all down at the table, grabs some like large dried absorbent plant matter as like napkins, and some like steel crafted utensils that his brother has made, and sets them all down. And he sets the positions. He makes Brenna by herself on one side of the table, and then her brother and Ardzo on the other side, sitting next to each other.
And before Brenna can get in, so that she doesn't know that he does this, Ianto kind of just slips over to her side of the table and cuts anything that might need to be cut, because she's that might be difficult for her. So he just quickly sort of cuts things into sort of bite-sized bits and then sits on his side of the table before she gets there. So, do you know, there probably, maybe, only a couple people in the world that I have never lied to. You know that?
Okay.
Like, at all. Like, not even one time. Maybe, I mean, I lied to me mum, lied to me dad. Actually, mostly everybody I've lied to, one time or another. It's funny though, I've never lied to you.
Well, to be fair, you're not around me that often.
Enough.
And I, most of the time, do the things that you need.
Oh.
So there's not particularly a reason to lie to me. Okay. Brenna, the food is getting cold. Come on in.
All right. If, you know, sometimes, when you meet somebody for the first time, you meet them in the middle of a lie, and it's already started, and you sort of can't stop it. It's not really your fault that you walk in the middle of a lie, and kind of don't know how you can undo it, you know? And then once you start, then it's sometimes a little bit difficult to stop. But I figured that's what happened. And I figured you didn't know me and anything like that, and it just didn't come up, and then you just start and you didn't stop, and I get that. I understand what that's like, and I understand that maybe once you start, you're afraid that people might not trust you anymore, or they'd see you different, or they wouldn't care about you or anything like that if they found out that all that time you've been lying to them. But sometimes that lie just sort of happens, you know? And I figure that's what happened. I figured out what's happened, and I'd want somebody to understand if I lied to them for a long time. So I understand. It weren't your fault. It just sort of happened. It's probably a thing that was difficult, and I don't know how you feel about it or anything like that, but this is a weird world. There's a lot of things going on, and I'm not mad at you for whatever lies you made in the past. I just hope that you don't lie to me in the future, because this is the one relationship I got right now that's honest. So I'd like to keep it that way. I'd like to keep what we have, and you can do what you want to do, you know. It's everybody's life is their life, but I'd hope for you that I understand that you didn't do it on purpose, and it was just what happened. It was got out of your control, sort of snowballed, and maybe you felt like you didn't figure out. Took a while to figure it out. Anyway, I just want you to know that I would just hope that you wouldn't lie to me from this day forward. That's all. But it's your choice.
You could sense easily that he was at the start of you talking, he was very worked up, and then his breaths kind of slowed down a little bit, got a little softer, his posture softened a little bit, but he kept his eyes on the door, waiting for Brenna to come in the whole time, but physically, like, you know that he heard you, and then he'll wait a solid 10 seconds and then turn over to you and say, oh, what I did, the food is no good cold, so if we're going to wait forever, you might as well eat it.
One moment. Brenna! Come on!
Right. And then it sounds like someone who's maybe leaning up against something outside, getting up. You hear a horse standing up first, and then you hear her get up, and then, no, you can't come inside this house. You're too big. You won't fit. And then the door would open.
There's breakfast.
She's probably a little bit, just a little bit redder in the face than before she left. Comes back in. All right, I will try to get something down.
It'd probably be good, for your elf and everything, just to eat something.
Just thumps, just drops into the chair. She's tired. She's hurting. Yesterday was a day. And the day before that was a day. So it's just, yeah, it's been a time.
So, I figure we're in trouble. You should, Ianto starts tucking in. Imagine your brother's all mad at you, and Jarvik's all mad at me, and that attractive priest fella's probably all mad at you, Lady Witcher. We missed the ceremony.
I know we missed the ceremony.
Do you like your eggs?
They are very good.
Figure probably only an alchemist can make eggs like this, right? Is this like a special sort of a potion sort of thing?
No, you just have to know the right herbs to use at the right time. What the heat does to particular elements of the food.
Alchemist is what it is.
Yeah. Well, it isn't. It isn't. It's not like, I'm not. These eggs aren't going to grow your limb back. You know what I mean? And he'll catch himself. Fuck. I'm sorry. I didn't.
It looks like she doesn't want to eat particularly. It's like when you're not feeling good, nothing sounds good, and you just don't want to eat. But it looks like she's eating, and she is enjoying the flavor of it. She's just eating slow and steady to just keep it down and stay good.
I don't want to guide you in a direction on some falsifications, but the initial salve I put on, you could talk to somebody, perhaps with some magic, and they could do some things that I can't. I don't think it is.
I intend to speak with Jarvik about it. He requested a Vorg corpse, and I think, and if he is able to, his payments, maybe he could reattach.
I've never seen him reattach a limb, but there are quite a lot of explosions in the house, so often.
Back off the sulfur, maybe.
How old is Jarvik?
He's not that old. He's well, I'd say maybe about a tad younger than I am. Don't
As I
look
say,
it.
probably not too much younger than I am.
So then he is not
Older.
what you would consider a master of his craft?
Well, I don't know. I always thought of him as he's really smart. You know, he really thinks about everything he does, and he studies, and he's always thinking about like formula, and I don't know. I think he's really smart. I mean, I don't know. I'm not an expert on mages or anything. Well, in their magical abilities. Well, anyway. Yes, I don't know. I mean, he's not like 400 years old or anything like that, but he's good. I can't compare. I don't know. I mean, I just ask him.
If he doesn't able to, he might be able to recommend someone nearby who is able to. That's why I need some work.
But I didn't do anything to it, so...
Appreciate it. Just takes another bite of eggs.
Ardzo, this breakfast it's amazing. It's
I don't get guests into my home. I can't remember the last time it happened, but I want, you know, if we go our separate ways, that you like can remember fondly the breakfast you had at Ardzo's. You know, that is something that means something to me.
You mean
the onions are particularly good.
I know.
They're really good.
The green onions, the fresh.
You know, I mean, I figure we're going to go our separate ways, but then see each other for lunch or something later, or like tomorrow, whatever.
I mean, it depends on what you need. I don't know if you know, perhaps I can help with Javik in the medical department. I don't know. We can potentially work together.
Oh yeah, it's a good idea. Also,
Maybe
I mean,
just my appreciation and thank you for coming into my home and letting me feed you. You know, that is something that I value.
I mean, also, I mean, we got to see each other anyway because I think you owe me a bunch of perfume for down into Toussaint. You know what I mean?
And he's trying to put the pieces together in his head. It's like, is this what his friend was talking to me outside of Grand's pub? Do I owe you perfume?
I think after all this, yeah. I think so.
Think that I did not agree to anything. You know, I asked for something, and the something was not delivered.
Ooh,
so
but it was sort of an inappropriate thing, don't you think?
That again is, I believe, subjective. Into what is deals are deals. Whoa, I asked for something. He tried, and he failed.
Well, yeah, that wasn't really a good thing to ask for, you know. And anyway, I just feel like, you know, I gotta tell you, my back hurts. You know, I just why I slept last night was a little bit awkward.
Well, then you should have chosen the more comfortable position.
Come on. I'm just saying.
Number one, I do not have all the necessary ingredients for that thing on me at the moment.
Yeah, that's all right. It's all right.
Number two, I made that thing for someone else, maybe a month or two back.
Yeah.
Who made some poor decisions with it. Keeps hanging around my place. I don't want that anymore. I don't want to deal with that because they know if I make it, it'll be so good that they'll keep coming back to me. And sometimes I don't want to be bothered. If you know what I mean, there are sometimes I do not want to be bothered.
Right, it's all right. But this is not personal. It's more organizational. It's not like a private sort of one person wants a little bit perfume. It's more like, resale for like a larger batch for people in town who like Avon perfume that we sell them. Just smiles at Brenna.
She's just trying to eat breakfast and not leave any behind because that'd be rude.
Mm-hmm.
Even though she's not hungry, she's eating this breakfast. And she's like, fucking perfume, whatever. I just don't.
And you know what? I'll take it back myself. When I go back, I'm gonna imagine we got to go and deal with these bandits, right?
But I don't have all the ingredients. We'd have to get the ingredients. You know what I mean? I can't just.
No, it's all right when it happens.
What ingredients do you need?
He kind of like gets. He is upset at your probe, and he kind of gets like a De Niro face.
She just eats another bite, just consistently.
Me sister and I assume. I assume she is as well. Are pretty good with finding useful plants and whatnot. We're pretty good at...
You and your sister are good at finding useful plants out in the forest?
Mm-hmm. I'd say I'm pretty good at finding useful things anywhere I am. And anywhere those useful things might be.
He'll finish eating the rest of his meal in silence, and then take his dish, like scrub it off with like a bit of rough burlap, and set it down, and then go into like the basement where he keeps his like big log of recipes. And, like you can hear him paging through some things. And then you hear him like writing something down. And then he'll take that, fold it in half, and come back to the table and sit, and then slide it over to Yavik. There's everything that I need for the perfume.
Thank you. I'll go looking a bit. It's, it's already been... the last batch of perfume been stolen by them bandits, so...
It is not my problem.
No, I'm not saying it's your problem. What I'm saying is that people are already a little bit late. It could be a little bit later. It's all right. It's not the best ever, but, we manage. And it is appreciated, your artistry.
I see what it does.
Everybody makes their own choices, right? People got their own reasons to do what they want to do. It's not my place to judge.
Have you seen what it is capable of? What it does to somebody who uses the perfume too much?
Yeah, I have. But again, everybody's got their own choices to make. People make their own choices. They do what they do for their own reasons, Some people, it's a better life in their fantasies with beautiful smells around them than wherever it is that they're at. Makes the world a little bit more beautiful for them, and who am I to judge?
Who are you to judge?
Nobody.
And how much will you be paying for this perfume?
I've got funds. I'd imagine it'd be similar to our last time, but maybe a discount if you wanted.
A discount?
If you want.
Why would I charge you less than I did last time when it is taking more time and labor now to do this? No, that doesn't make any sense from a business perspective, strictly in the nature of perfume making.
It's fair. It's all right. I'm willing to do same just sort of looking at Brenna again. Same deal's fine. It's all right. Because I value our business relationship.
Business relationship? Is that separate from the normal relationship that we have?
I don't know. You seem a little bit in a bit of a state today, and I don't know where we stand exactly.
Well, I'm thinking that making this stuff for you right now, this perfume, I guess, right now is making me a little agitated. So I'm thinking the price might be a little more expensive.
Whatever you want.
Don't say that.
Ardzo, I'm just not in the mood, you know, to do the dance. I'm just whatever you want.
Thank you for breakfast. It was very good.
You're welcome.
Where would you like me to put the plate?
Leave it there. I'll clean it off with the burlap. I've got the way. What? What did you say?
I was going to offer, but I bet
you are guests in my home.
All right.
Are you finished?
Yeah. I ate everything.
I thank you. And then he grabs the plates, scrubs them off with burlap, puts them all back. Like grabs a little like a knapsack. Okay, so we go to Yavik's place now, and we do what we can for Brenna.
Yeah.
Yes. Okay. After you, I have to lock up.
Mm-hmm. She opens the door, and there's horse face right there. Just.
Ianto walks out like it's just a little, I suppose, a little awkward in a way. And like when he walks through the threshold, it's sort of like there's like a slightly awkward, troubled sort of face on him, like sort of troubled thoughts. And then like as he passes through the threshold to where his sister is, he just kind of puts on a bit of a smile.
Yeah, you see, she is not tied up the warg corpse at all. It was literally just dragged outside of the swing of the door. And then in confidence, all like nuzzly on her, and she's just kind of leaning into it a bit.
Do you need help with that? I'm not,
that would be helpful, yeah.
I'm not, like a bear witch or something.
Do you not know how to tie knots?
Oh, I do.
Pull off a rope.
Knots I can do. I'm just saying the lifting of the heavy thing onto, might be a little bit.
We're just going to drag it behind. It'll be fine.
Well, in that case, I have got. You know what? I'm not gonna do that knot or that knot. I'm gonna just do a practical knot.
Because wargs are big. I don't imagine that's gonna fit on the back of her horse. So.
What do you think about like a cloth or something to make it a little bit easier to drag? Could like wrap it or something.
I can give you my tablecloth and put it on.
She's like, no, and she reaches in and she pulls out like a spare blanket from. It's probably got some waterproofing to it, so it'll help with the swamp.
Just gonna sort of work on tying this up, but you probably none of y'all probably notice. He's gonna have a little bit of a moment with himself where he's chuckling to himself as he's tying up this warg in the blanket to the horse. He's got his own thing going on. It's there's like he has to give himself some joy when he can.
So after the warg shibari is done.
Yeah, it is. It's what happens. Thanks, Prax, for knowing exactly what he's up to. Because he's like, you know what though? This day is the worst day. I'm gonna give myself just a little bit of joy. That's it. I can do that. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
So you are making your way back to the town of Kagen to see Javik the mage.
Mm-hmm.
It takes a couple hours. 3, maybe 4. You get back just about midday.
Can we use our natural attunement to get...
Would you like to go foraging while you are on your way?
Yes, please. Because I automatically find any plant substance rated as commonly available or lower that I'm seeking. And if there is only least common, look for the substance.
Well, then, I believe that you are going to automatically find anything rated as common. However, if you wish to find some things that are uncommon, which you kind of need for the perfume.
Yeah. Does Ianto share any of the perfume ingredients to keep an eye out for?
Yes.
Then yeah.
Because if we're walking...
I think Brenna's... she's not walking. She's riding on Confidant. Because he's a war horsey. Yeah. So he can pull a work and... she doesn't weigh that much, so she can sit on him. But she will point out, because she's got some height on the horse. If she sees anything, she'll... what was it? That's a deadly nightshade you need for some perfume.
Alright, so a 19?
Okay. 19. And Ianto's got his horse, but sort of like walking alongside it. It's just kind of clear he needs to walk a little bit.
20. So, alright.
The knots look really great, by the way. And a little bit excessive, but...
So, roll me 4d10, both of you.
Ooh. Will do.
Oops, my hip if I put a space.
10, 3, 5, 3, 21.
You did crit on one of them.
Ooh. Oh, hey, why does my sister... anything you can do, I can do better. I just, there's a thing, clearly.
Holy shit.
I could do it with one arm not attached to my...
and the other arm tied behind your back?
Yeah. Okay. You do it with one arm not attached.
What you get, and you're going to need to write this down yourselves.
Yes.
Sorry.
I can't help that I keep showing you up with every roll that we do that's the same.
Pretty
but I got you on the priest, though. That's fine. It's back and forth.
All right.
It's
actually, I had you on the priest.
All right. So you find... I'm going to do these in order. So first Ianto, and then Brenna.
Yes.
So Ianto finds 10 units of white myrtle, 3 units of celadine, 5 units of Ginata petals, and then 3 units of fool's parsley. Brenna.
Yep, ready.
Brenna found,
I'm a witcher.
You are indeed. You are a witcher. You found, hold on. I just lost the, hold on, sorry. I just lost the
No, you're fine.
When
she's done this before.
Has the whole thing. Yeah. Okay. So you find, oh, there it is. You find 10 units of mandrake root, 10 units of wolfsbane.
Very helpful. Potentially.
Yep. 10 units of verbena. And 8 units of...
My sister.
You found 8 units of... Well, you are dealing with the aftermath of this mess. So you did find 8 units of wolf tallow. But...
Nice.
You did find... Those are just the general things. You did, however, find everything that you were looking for to make the perfume.
I think
Which, by the way, this book does not give you the actual specific perfume recipe. Although you could figure out the perfume recipe by proportionality if you played Witcher 3.
Yeah, you know, it's just it's weird how popular perfume is.
Yep.
Yeah. I'm gonna because I'm in a bit of a mood. I'm gonna walk up to Ardzo with clearly a bunch of interesting materials and herbs that I found, and then I'll hand you the ones for the perfume, but just hold the other ones just out and visible, and just hand you the ones that you asked for.
Oh, that's it?
You said you wanted just the materials for the perfume.
Yeah, what are these materials for the perfume?
Can I have my note back, please?
Of course.
Now take that, shove it in his pouch, and then take the herbs specifically for the perfume and shove them in his bag. And if, you know, in the event that somebody stops us and searches, it might be a good idea to not just have these ingredients in my pouch. So maybe I can pepper some of the other things in them too to make it not seem like I'm intentionally just making perfume.
Oh, yeah.
We wouldn't want to get caught.
No, that would sort of sound like a favor, though, right?
No.
No?
Nope, I'm good. He'll like literally just bend down and like rip grass and dead leaves out of the ground and shove it in there. I can use this. This is good.
Oh, all right. Yeah, all right.
Yeah, I know a little bit of alchemy and some awareness. I'm very aware. I was. Yes.
Oh, okay. All right. Okay. Who's muted? Somebody's muted.
That would be me. Thanks, guys. Thanks, all. Appreciates it. I put something in front of my mute and didn't see that I didn't turn it off. As you're making your way back, you see, again, very nice clay banks, but you also smell something just on the tip of your nose, that hot, rotten egg smell.
Sulfur.
Yeah, a small, like, hot spring bubbling up. Very, very small along the curve side.
That explains why Javik's here. He seems to use a lot of sulfur. Every time I've been in the house, that's what it's had a pleasant aroma of.
Yeah. But you would know, you can get 11 units of river clay and 10 units of sulfur.
How many units of river clay? I'm sorry, I missed that one.
11.
Okay.
But you will need some other things to make your bomb.
Yep. Cool. But I've got a nice start, and it's on the way back.
Ianto kind of just watches Ardzo quite a bit as we're walking, just trying, like, you know, assessing him. What he's up to.
Ardzo's defensive. Ardzo is his brow is furrowed all the time, and he thinks he's in a war zone.
Yeah. And this is just making Ianto want to poke you. He's trying not to. Sometimes he fails, but he's trying not to poke you. He just sometimes just feels the need to. Just. But, he's just sort of like watching your super grumpy defensiveness as we walk. Like, Brenna, there's clearly something going on. There's clearly something going on between these two. Yeah.
Can I get an awareness from everybody, please?
Yeah, I don't think Brenna's paying attention to whatever
Of course.
you two have got going on. That sounds like a personal thing.
Oh.
She's more interested in ingredients and not getting again and getting to
19.
town.
19.
20.
You all notice it.
Not sorry, Trooper. Not sorry.
There's some sibling thing going on here. It's fine.
Anything you can do, she can do better.
By one. By two. It's
By
fine.
two, it's fine.
Your senses are better than you.
There's been some luck. Go ahead.
Everyone sees a figure on the ground, lying prone about 20, maybe 30 yards in front of you. There isn't really a large path out to Ardzo's house, but there's a deer track or something from the frequency of his travels to town. But this is just like someone lying there.
Immediately, Ianto is suspicious and thinks it's a trick, like an ambush to steal your stuff. So when he sees a person wounded on the ground, he probably thinks that they're thieves. That's like his first thought. So he doesn't rush to go and help them. He's suspicious and like kind of just puts his hand by his stiletto.
I get off confidant and drape his reins over my left shoulder. And I'll go over because it could be a trick, but that's what your reflexes are for. It could also be someone in legitimate need of help. So she'll approach, hello, and call out to them.
There is no response.
Careful. It might be a trick. Bandits.
Be a dead body.
Can Ardzo from here see if the prone body is like breathing?
Yeah, roll me first aid.
Okay.
Healing hands.
Healing hands instead of first aid?
Healing hands is used for all first aid checks, technically.
Yes. Yeah, I was just trying to do, because it's technically you're trying to do from a distance. Yeah, healing hands works.
21.
Ooh.
They're breathing, but shallowly. You can see like that hitch in somebody's breathing, like it's difficult to breathe. You're pretty sure whoever it is actually either injured or dying.
And then once Ardzo notices that, he'd, like a fool, rush to their aid.
I'll match Ardzo's pace.
Ianto makes one step when he sees Ardzo go forward, but then just stops himself because, they're going to do what they're going to do. So
You might need to lend Ardzo a hand.
Oh, you got one on your back.
Well, it's been a nice campaign, guys.
Ianto's going to just is going to not pay attention to that so much, but pay attention to the forest, thinking like, okay, if I were going to ambush us here with like a dead body so that you can come out and steal our stuff, where would I put my like?
I assume Ardzo's got the first aid. I want to see why they look so shit. Is it claw marks? Is it stab wounds? And then after I identify, is it wolves? Who knows?
And I'm just
is it a Were-Wolverine? I don't know. Who knows what did this last night or recently?
Those aren't a thing even.
And how recent it was. I'm CSIing this. He's first aiding this, and then we got Mr. Paranoid.
I'm Chicago medding this, and you're CSIing it.
Okay. Okay, so I need the Chicago Med dwarf to roll me healing hands again, because now that you're up here and actually examining your patient, for
21.
For the CSI,
Yes.
New Orleans.
Yeah, we're in the swamp. That makes sense.
Yeah. I mean, it's not quite warm enough to be Miami.
No, and I'll have the glasses. So.
CSI Vancouver, maybe.
Possibly. I mean, technically, New York's a swamp. We just don't like to talk about it.
Yeah, it's not a hot swamp.
This is also true. I need the two members of the CSI crew to roll me an awareness. So with a 21 Ardzo, you notice a bunch of things right off the top. These are easy. I'm just going to give them to you. Number 1, you know who this is.
Oh. Well, that's
Go on.
You know this is the gentleman you have been introduced to as Shades.
Oh.
Number 2, you notice right away that there is a very large goose egg on the back of his head, still bleeding sluggishly. There are some ligature marks around his neck. Not hands, but an actual restraint of some, a cord of some sort. Thick, not like a garrote or like a wire of some sort, but a large thick rope or a strap of some sort.
Belt or something.
Belt is another option. You also see marks as if someone had broken his fingers intentionally. And then you also see what looks like ligature marks around his wrists. And his left wrist is broken awkwardly. He is still breathing. Given the signs around, you're pretty sure he wasn't dumped here. It looks like he staggered and then fell when he couldn't keep going. But he is still currently breathing.
So he's going to prioritize, and so like the top of his priority list right now is getting them stable, finding the worst of the things to treat and then treating it, and then go in sequential order. Like he's not worried about necessarily the broken fingers or anything like that. Like if there's blood loss, he'll cap that up. If like he got hit in the head so hard that he's all over the place, he would, build a comfortable like headrest and make sure the body's in like a neutral state so he can't startle himself into more harm. So of the most severe of these things, I'm assuming
would be the concussion, would be the head wound, and the would be the head wound and the airway damage.
Mm-hmm.
Sorry, I had to update the counter. I had forgotten.
I appreciate that.
Technically 3 because she did kill the. There we
go. So then he would see like where the obstruction is in the breathing, right? There's not a lot he can do about the head at the moment, so he'd focus on like getting the airways open. And he would that it's like okay, yeah, and maybe like taking some salve that he's made is like a tiger balm, and then lining his nostrils with that tiger balm. So there's like this strong opening, relaxing, like muscular relaxing, scent going through there. That's, a bit abrasive at first, but slowly gets things loose.
Yeah, it takes a couple minutes, but he starts coughing. He is out of it and disoriented, but not aggressive at the moment. He is, you know what I mean? Our friend ain't all there at the moment.
Mm-hmm. And then after that's done, he would try to, with perhaps some his bedroll, roll it up and place it as a makeshift thing around his neck so he can't move his head at all, and take vines and twigs and wrap it up so he can't move his head, to further restrict harm, and also protecting his neck area.
While Ardzo is busily trying to treat our dear friend Shades, we have the two siblings. Brenna with an awareness of 19. I need Ianto to roll me an awareness if he's looking around.
Yeah, I'm looking for nefarious people trying to trap us. I don't want there to be any ambushes. 22. 22.
Both
Sister.
of you are...
About time.
All right. Take a counter.
Fine. I'll figure out the coding for that one later. Brenna, you're up close with Ardzo. You recognize immediately that this is the gentleman who tried to pickpocket or steal your Witcher medallion, and that you had seen even earlier the night before, or 2 nights ago, making eye contact and, looking like he knew your brother Ianto.
Yep. I bet these guys all sell perfume together, if I had to make a guess.
You could make that guess.
Yeah.
You can see his path. You see the path of where he was staggering and then fell. You would also see the marks of the ligature marks around the neck, the ligature marks at the wrists. You would see that Ardzo is very capable in dealing with the medical issues. You don't hear anyone else nearby. It's just forest sounds and the sounds
Probably
of the river.
not a monster.
Probably not a monster.
Cool.
It could be possibly a sapient monster, but you know that you're not supposed to attack those unless they attack you first.
Yep.
Ianto, as you're making your way closer, you're still keeping an eye out, focused on what's going on around you. There's no one that you can see in the trees, no one you hear. There's nothing around. You see the path where this figure came from. There's some broken twigs and broken branches. They staggered there. They were drunken, perhaps. It's when you come forward.
When they were coming from, I'm thinking if that's where
they were coming from
broken.
Kagen.
All right.
They were coming from Kagen, or at least you think so. That's
that direction.
That direction, westerly-ish. Generally, the closest thing there would be the town. You don't see or hear or think of anyone else around, and then you glance as Ardzo rolls this person around, and you see that it is your friend Shades.
Wait, that's Shades. What happened?
He's in the zone. He's like,
Attacked by either humans, elves, most likely not a monster, unless it is a sentient, sapient monster.
I would like to roll, although I'm not great at it at all, first aid to try to figure out what happened to Shades, since some people are not talking to me.
Or you could roll deduction.
Deduction? I could do that one. Either one. Yeah.
If you want to figure out what happened to Shades, you should roll deduction rather than first aid, because that's about focusing on his injuries.
Medical,
okay.
yeah.
Yeah, okay. Oh, 15.
I mean, the ligature marks at his throat, the ligature marks at his wrists,
He's been tied up.
Broken fingers, the broken
interrogated.
wrist is obvious.
Yeah. Question. Skill thereof. Right. I'm. Here's what I'm looking at. I'm looking at ligature marks. I'm looking at size. I'm looking at the kinds of wounds. I want to look at his face. I want to think. Is this? Kind of guess like what kind of rope it might be. I want to get a sense of like, was this like high professional? Was this bandity? Like I'm trying to get a level of like what are we
bandit or
here?
sheriff?
Yeah, this is one of my questions: is bandit or sheriff, or you know, like I just have some questions.
He pickpocket the wrong fancy person at the festival last night, or was this bandits?
Yeah, like bandit, sheriff, vigilantes. I'm kind of getting a like or professional interrogators. Kind of just want to get a sense of what we're looking at here.
There's no Inquisition yet, so.
I don't know what's going on.
There's no Inquisition
like
yet. The Church of the Eternal Flame is not even conceived of yet. And the Church of the Sun is a small cult in the distant south of this place called Nilfgaard that really nobody cares about because it's so far south and they don't even produce anything of value. But you should notice with the 15, you'll notice a couple things. Number one, you'll notice that the broken wrist on his left wrist is probably self-inflicted.
Okay.
Like he popped it to
get out. Yep.
The broken fingers on his right hand are professional, but you also know that this is someone who maybe doesn't know Shades very well, because it was a professional who immediately went for the right hand instead of Shades, who is left-handed.
Yeah.
And you're like, okay. So not a cop who or a sheriff who's been paying a lot of attention to them or stalking you for any means. You notice that the ligature marks, you don't see any cording around the throat. The ligature marks around the wrists definitely show are closer to metallic. You're thinking either handcuffs or shackles. Probably handcuffs because he broke his wrist to get out.
Yeah. Some kind of shackles. Yeah.
The ligature mark at the throat, however, definitely gives the impression of someone with competence in what they were doing, because it didn't crush the throat entirely. It didn't break the neck. Nothing that looks like it was a hanged man's attempt at hanging someone, and it doesn't look like somebody who was garroted, right?
So they were probably hanging him in a torturous manner, as opposed to a lovely public manner.
Exactly.
Just a background bit of information. What is I imagine I would know this because these are things I like to know. What is our law enforcement practices like in Kagen? Like, if there are criminals in Kagen, who does it and what do they do? Like, is this, what I'm asking is this the kind of thing you would see when somebody gets caught stealing in town, or is this something else? Do you know what I mean?
This would not be something you'd be stealing in town. If somebody was caught stealing in town, they'd probably end up, in the local baron, they'd load it up in the stocks, the local baron would take care of it.
But this is torture
might
for
get
information.
Flogged. This is torture for information. This is not, and this is someone, now another point to remind player knowledge. Ardzo would recall that Shades never came to breakfast yesterday morning.
Yeah.
but that is player knowledge.
Yes.
And with that, we're going to take our break for the evening.
Oh my goodness.
And we will be back shortly. Stick around, get some refreshments. Hope everybody's doing okay. And we'll see.
Can I
you
roll
shortly.
for revenge? Can I just roll for revenge?
Revenge is a free action.
Oh, cool. All right. Sweet.
Revenge is always a free action. It may not be successful, but it's always a free action.
Now it sounds like it has strings attached. Now I feel like it's not free anymore. Now I'm concerned. You didn't say anything bad
everyone.
this time.
Hello, everyone. I hope you're doing all right. So for those of you who want to know the magic of the captioner, this is literally in Zoom. The person who creates the meeting, if you go through your Zoom settings, if you actually go into Zoom, you have to go into your account online and go into all of your options. And there is one for live transcript, live captions. This is just the auto transcript on Zoom, set up as a display capture on a blank screen. That's all it is. It makes things easy, and it makes things easy for me, and I'm glad it can make things accessible to all of my audience. It also means I don't have to open anything else. I don't have to have other complications from things, but yes. But we had left off with our dear friend Shades being treated by Ardzo. No signs of anyone around, and you are close to Kagen. Maybe another 40 minutes.
How, Ardzo, how old do these wounds look to you? Look for bruising? Like, just trying to get a sense of, like, how long this has been.
I think they're pretty fresh. He was supposed to meet me for breakfast.
Yesterday morning?
Yep.
Right, all right. But did this happen last night? Did it happen 2 nights ago? What do you think? You're the expert?
I mean, any sort of bleeding that he has is scabbed over. Whatever damage was done to his breathing passage must have not been too severe to take him to the land of the dead. But can I discern, like, how many hours ago this happened?
Roll me another Healing Hands focused merely on evaluating. What you're doing now is evaluating bruising, right? Color of bruising.
Mm-hmm. It's really like a 36-hour
bruising
window,
and
maybe.
Scabs. Yeah.
Like a 40-hour window, perhaps, because we have like a full 24 hours before. It's actually a little longer than that, right? Because it was the last time we saw him was at the.
So it's like 36 hours.
Brands, yeah.
Like at the.
Sometime between, as best as you can tell based on the coloration of the bruising and things that are going on, sometime in the last 36 to 24 hours. But they were done over a period of time. You can definitely tell that right away.
Mm-hmm.
Some ones are fresher than others, but all of this happened within the last 36 to 24 hours. What's the can I determine what the freshest, what the most recent?
The most recent is definitely the broken wrist.
Yeah.
All right. Somebody, not the law, tortured him for some time period. Professional, but they didn't know him. All right. So somebody snatched him. But you don't torture a thief for 24 hours, 36 hours. You don't do that. You torture somebody who's got information you want, which means they got to know he's got information that they want, which means they've got to know him, but not well enough. Which means
I feel like we need to get out of here.
I don't know if we should have him in Kagen, though. We can maybe get him.
We could sneak him in with Yavik.
Yeah, that might be all right. I don't know if that's a good idea.
Why? What would be wrong?
Right.
There'd be a lot of questions. Do you think it'd be safe to have
What is wrong with questions? You know, you're certainly fond of asking them.
Yeah, you are.
I'm sure there's nothing is wrong, and you can answer all the questions, and then we can help your friend and get to the bottom of all of this.
Being a good Samaritan on the road.
Being a good
Looks like he would be
Samaritan
out
on
for a while.
the road. Ianto, I feel like that is the best course of action for your friend here.
All right. Can you keep him unconscious then?
Like on purpose?
Mm-hmm.
Perhaps.
All right. I mean, if we're going to take him over there, we don't want him waking up and saying whatever he's got in some kind of fever dream or whatnot.
Okay, so, do you want me to give him that now? I don't, with his breathing as troubled as it is, I don't think that's a good idea right now. He needs all his strength.
And you think it is better to bring him into Yarvik's than it is to bring him back to your place?
Well, then I guess we have to question what is more important to do, to see if we can get your sister's arm back to her, or...
Right. All right.
I mean, hey, also, if we sneak around, I can take him to my brother's and keep him on the wraps for a little bit, but that kind of sounds like a favor.
All right. Your old business. What do you want?
I don't want many things, if anything at all, but maybe one to be redeemed at a future time.
Of course.
Seeing as this is a business relationship,
That's what you said.
I'm not alone in that. I didn't come up with that idea myself, but it
sort of seems like you did from your negotiation.
That was not the
tactics.
time to discern what this is. I think we need to act.
I just bring Confidant over. I'm like, can you put him on the horse?
Yeah, do you want him in the front of you or in the back of you?
You can put him on my horse and I'll just walk the horse. It's all right.
How did I just realize I'm the only one without the horse?
I don't know. I suppose you don't need one?
I don't. Well, thank you for riding slowly.
I was walking. I didn't want you to be the only person walking.
Noted. But I can put them on the back of your horse if you're comfortable, or the front of whatever you feel.
Just whatever you, as a medical professional, whatever you think is safest for his elf.
He should be upright, so his diaphragm has the most room to expand and work. Get the most amount of air for healing purposes. So if you could strap him to your back or ride with him in your front, should be fine.
All right. I get up in the horse and I wait for my business partner Ardzo to help me get Shades into the front of me.
Time out.
Mm-hmm.
Ardzo, how tall are you?
I was gonna say...
But I feel like he's stronger than I am.
Yeah, but I want to know how Ardzo is going to lift over his head an unconscious person onto the back of a horse, which is probably taller than he is.
He's
I can lend a hand.
Average one.
One.
He's dwarf height, so like 4'8", which
tall,
is
tall dwarf.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
And I will from the saddle help pull up.
Okay, good. So you can barely see. You can the top of your head can barely see over the side of the flank of the horse. But yes,
let's say 4'4". I feel like 4'4" is fair.
Yeah. Oh, there's no strength. It's like body, probably.
It's physique.
It's
Physique.
physique.
Yeah.
Check.
Yeah.
For both of you.
Ugh, I am slim and sleek. I am not beat.
I'm standing there. I'm just like the guard. Like, if he starts to lean one way, I'll kind of put my arm out. If he leans the other way, I'll put my arm on that side. But that's the extent of it.
So,
You're like,
I just try to guide.
so in true dwarven fashion, they are true they do professional lifting, and if you've ever watched like the World's Strongest Man contests, where they do deadlifts of obscene amounts of things over their heads, that's what this is. But almost negligent, as Ardzo lifts his patient carefully up onto the horse. I'm going to assume that. Well, no, actually. How are you? Are you just going to hold him?
Yeah. I'm going to have him in front of me, right? Sort of like sitting in front of me. So like
you can hold with one arm and then reins in the other.
Okay.
Yeah. Like my arm around his sort of like probably not his waist, but like that sort of like the lower rib cage to sort of keep him. I'm pretty tall, actually.
It has started to rain. Those red streaks in the sky in the morning have given way to afternoon storms. Right now it's light, but you can feel it growing heavier, and the clouds definitely give weight to the fact that it will be much heavier in the near future.
I've got my cloak with me, and I'm probably gonna go and actually sort of drape it around Shades, because it don't need to be, super visible with his face and everything like that. It's, just put me cloak, right over him. It's, just a traveling cloak. It's, just because I care about his well-being and witnesses.
It is inclement weather. So, Brenna, do you mind if I?
Yes.
Can you help me up? He'll plant one leg on Confidant's like rib cage. Just on 3, 1, 2. Oh, is this what it's like all the time for you? I feel like I can see everything.
It is quite nice, yeah.
Now I don't know how prickly you are. So what would you like me to do with my hands here?
But doesn't matter.
It does matter.
Okay, it didn't. Well, you were a lawman now, so I'll just
just hit. It's just the.
It doesn't feel stable around. I feel like if I do one of these, then I won't fall off.
Just,
for sure.
Yes.
Okay. You have a hard midsection.
I work out.
I don't. I get. We should go. I mean, it's mostly just for my circulatory system. It's it's cardio. Is what it is. Just lead the.
And she's like, and I think she like kind of goes like a little. She's like, I don't think people are talking to you, and then just
watch them. Like, move my horse forward, following them. Not sure what's going on over there on that horse, and I don't know if I like it. My sister causing trouble.
This helps alleviate some of the pain.
the ripped off arm pain that you have right now?
Yeah. She's like, this amuses me. This makes me think a little bit less about that pain. I've been so patient.
You make your way back to Kagen, to the town.
Let's be a little circumspect. Let's not just walk right into Kagen. Let's, where Ardzo's brother is. What's the best way to get there with
to Ardzo's brother?
Right in the middle of town.
Oh, dang it!
Like right there or whatever?
The forge is over here.
Oh, that right there. Yeah.
Javik's house is here. And
right,
you guys are kind of coming from the woods over here.
Oh,
Yep.
Yeah.
Excuse me. Slightly off for viewers' choice. Over here-ish.
Okay. But we're gonna take Shades to Ardzo's brother's house.
You're gonna have to go through town to do it. Or you could stop at Javik's house.
Javik's house.
Yeah, let's not do that though.
It's raining.
I don't know why you're so against being such a good Samaritan.
She can go to Javik's house. I think that.
So we're gonna
take him to your brother's house. We're not taking him to Javik's house. That's no good. I've met your brother. How about you two go in and see Javik? And I will take my friend here to your brother's. Is that all right?
That is. Tell him I said hello.
All right. It won't take me too long. I'll just be quick.
I would expect that.
All right. I'm gonna cut off to the right this way and circle around, and I'm.
The door opens.
By the way, we're not getting this. We're this conversation before we get close to the place,
I know.
because I'm moving all the way around the manor. Because there's no way I want him to see me with this fellow. No way, and also with my face.
I know.
That's a problem.
Unfortunately for you, however.
When we're in the forest still, we're up there in that area.
Yeah, I know.
You didn't come home last night.
Last night.
He's been looking for you.
You didn't come home.
But like forest.
It's almost as if things happen when you don't come home for dinner.
Right, and I know that. That's why it's like forest.
And it's like it's raining and he hears a horse.
Oh gosh, through the forest already? What is that?
It's actually not. Well, I mean, I should also tell you that it's 60, 70 feet. It's 77 feet. He heard you and opened the door. And now he is in the rain, and you can picture wet. Now it is moving into, like, lawn, cloth, wet, Colin Firth swimming in Pride and Prejudice. Javik, who is, like, looking out the window trying to see who's there, and he has called out in elder speech for Ianto.
And I'm gonna say, as we're still in the wood line, tell him I'll be there shortly. I'm going around, and I'm gonna, because there are two horses. They got a horse there. Going around. I cannot see him right now, and certainly not with this person. It's a bit of a panic. There's just like a little, like, just like a slight panic, and they're just like going this way. Like there's a slight panic. It's not super heavy, but just like an emergency. Gotta go this way. Take care of it.
And it doesn't know why he's being so weird about this. But she rolls her eyes. Her eye.
Does she snap her hand?
No, because she's steering a horse.
Hey, what?
Ianto, is that you? Are you there?
You just not my time.
I've left. I've made my cut because I'll be in like 15.
Ardzo's gonna poke his head out the side. Oh,
She
exactly the
draped
person.
her cloak over you a bit to give you rain shelter. It's a dwarven cloak, so it's nice and dry.
Exactly the person I wanted to see. I have something for you. This is an emergency. Can you help?
Yes. Have you seen Ianto? I've been very concerned. He didn't come home at all.
He will be here soon, and he can explain everything.
A lot has happened, so one thing at a time.
Is he avoiding me?
What?
It's been very...
I don't answer.
Avoiding? No, he would never do that. Why would you?
He didn't come home last night. Of course. He didn't come home last night, and he didn't... And then
Yep.
there was the lack of there was concern, and then there was other things, and he hadn't been home the night before, and then, well, he was, but he had gone off, and he apparently is very fond of this Lady Butcher, which, by the way, thank you very much, Brenna, correct? Sorry, yes, I've been very concerned lately. He seems, and he's standing in the rain, in a shirt, dripping, wet.
Very, very attractive man.
I know, he is. I know.
Yeah, and I think she just
T-shirt
pulls up on the horse
contests of the
enough
year.
so that he can see the warg being dragged behind.
We have something for you.
That's a very nice. It's a very nice walk. Thank you, by the way. And you, that doesn't look good.
That's what the emergency was.
Well, I could do. You did some very fine work. Was this your work? And he kind of like takes you and kind of like pulls you.
Yeah,
both of you
she'll
into
slide off the horse.
It is preserved.
She'll undo the loops around the saddle where the war was being dragged, and be like, "Stable, you know where the stable is?" And just kind of like, because I'm sure cops.
Yes, and my friend Samuel, he's up there. He will take care of it. Very good to have you. And he addresses this to the horse, fully expecting that the horse understands him.
I would imagine, for no particular reason, I'm not saying anything at all, but I would imagine that Javik might recognize the knot work on the work. I'm just saying that Javik might recognize the knot work on the work.
Oh, this is very, very intriguing. So you did see Ianto?
Yes,
he's avoiding me, isn't he? I shouldn't have invited him home. He gets upset.
Why would you think that he would avoid you? He does not seem
this
like
does
that
not work,
kind of...
and therefore, he's not here.
And I'm just dragging the warg inside the house,
and
he's like looking at the
escorting
knot
you.
work.
Well, we were attacked by wolves.
Well, you were attacked and he's not here, and is he all right? And now I'm very concerned.
He's fine.
He's talking to my brother about a thing to prevent wolves from attacking the next time. You know, it is good to be prepared, and I feel like Ianto might need a lesson or two in being prepared for wolves. And you know this as well as I do, so don't try to pretend that you don't. He's a very fine
That would you like the warg?
Just leave it there. Your arm does seem very... No, of course, that's much more important. Come in over here, and he guides you...
Thank you.
Sits you down in, like, the front room, in this nice roaring fireplace, with this beautiful painting above the mantle, that as you look up, Brenna, you remember...
I thought about getting a green glove. Just for today. So that in the green screen. But
Ardzo, I just want you to know there's a beautiful, like a Witcher 3 style painting of Ianto and Javik not wearing socks.
This is bad.
Yes, and there's some artful drapery to go with this painting. Brenna, how do you feel looking up at this painting, realizing now that that's both your brothers?
I don't look at it. I don't. I just avoid eye contact with the
brothers.
painting.
It's fine.
He sits you down very carefully, and this chair is one of those large, slightly oversized armchairs, and it looks like it should be uncomfortable and stiff, but it's so comfortable for you right now.
Great.
And he is moving he's moving your arm very carefully, very professionally. Ardzo, as you watch, he seems is someone who's very gentle, not necessarily a full medical professional, but somebody who has at least some medical training, or at least enough of it.
And also watching like a hawk. Like the only thing he cares about in this moment is what is he gonna do and how is he gonna do it?
All right, so you preserved the arm fabulously well. I might actually be able to do something with this. Usually all I could do is with something about this is that, I provide enough healing that you can get a prosthetic of some sort. But you preserved the arm, and your stitchwork, sir, is out of this world, honestly. I am very impressed with your skills and your professionalism. But because you preserved the arm, if we... Now, this might get a little messy, I apologize. If we cut fresh wounds on both ends, then we join them, the magic of the healing ritual would rejoin the two wounds, thinking that it's just one injury to fix.
Alright.
That sounds... What do you need from me?
Well, for that, I need a few ingredients. I think I should have most of them in my workroom. I mean, it is very close by. But I need to find in my notes. I have chalk, ashes, wax. Do we have any mandrake root? I need to see if we have any mandrake roots.
Confidant has the mandrake.
I'll go get it. I'll get it, okay? You stay here.
It's a leather, it's a brown leather bag.
Brown leather bag. Okay, got it. I'll be right back. And then runs over.
It's fresh.
Oh, that'd be very useful, actually. That might even improve things quite a bit. And he goes over to into his workroom where you've had the very strong scents come from before, and pulls out, he's pulling out pieces of chalk. You see a thing that, he goes over to the fireplace and starts pulling ashes from the fireplace, and you see a long thing of wax as he starts building a circle around the chair that you are sitting in. He is not going to try and make you move. He is going to conduct this ritual with you sitting in this chair.
Yeah.
Because...
yeah, she'll just let him. She'll just sit here, be like, okay. So she's starting to take off a belt again to bite down on for when they need to reopen the wounds.
Yeah.
Yes, honestly, this should only hurt momentarily. I do apologize about this. Now,
no, it's fine.
Is Ianto, and he's come to a point where he's stopped because he's waiting for Ardzo to come back. Is he really fine? Because
he has a scratch on his face, but he's fine.
He scratched his face. Oh, he'll be very upset about that.
He's very upset, but he's fine.
Well, I'll have to make sure to pay attention when he comes back.
Yes, just.
But why did he not come back?
Well, the wolves and the wargs attacked, and then we figured it would be unsafe to travel back last night, because, packs. Also, you mentioned your father was, your brother was the king of Redania?
Yes, well, one of my many brothers. My father was Radovid, King Radovid of Redania. He...
Is it first?
Well, technically there hasn't been any other Radovids yet.
That's true. Okay, so yeah. That's fair. I forgot. This one isn't Radovid the second. So she'd be like,
Radovid the second will be for another 2 generations, but...
While we are waiting, yeah, my father was also Radovid, so, but then... mother was killed by harpies, and the witches took me, so...
Killed by
harpies? Nice to meet you.
I'm so... My apologies. Javik,
yes, we've already met, but I figured it... I did some thinking, and I was like, well, maybe I should say something since you are putting my arm back on for me.
This is very... Honestly, this is a very awkward conversation to be having while I'm putting your arm back together. But I'm glad to know you. I mean, you are probably one of the nicest siblings that I have met. I mean, my brother's not bad. I mean, Dummergear is not bad. He's fine. And he's marrying that very nice... he married that very nice elf girl. I do like her. And then, but, so, your mother died to harpies.
Never said not to mention that.
Huh.
I said talk about the dad. Just the dad.
You said...
Just the dad. Just
yeah, I didn't say who she was.
Yeah,
I just said how she died, and that's why the Witchers have me. He didn't know I existed, so...
Well, it's been a good campaign, everyone.
Who was that?
Sorry, not sorry.
It's okay.
Oh, that seamstress woman. Was your mother? Was your mother? Oh God, what was her name?
I was very young when the witches took me. So
seamstress.
They
Local
told me.
village. A horrible attack. Big thing because my father only trusted her to do all of his work, and then when she died, he refused to have anyone else make any of his raiment for the crown. What was her name? Roswin. That's what it was. Nice lady. I'm sorry about that.
I was very young. I don't really remember
She was
hardly anything, but...
you would make you 53?
3.
54?
Mhm.
50.
53.
Okay, well, I'm
Excuse me, Yavik. Hey, do you have any sage or thyme? I'm looking. Do you have
sage and thyme.
or thyme?
I know I have sage and thyme in my kitchen. He points to the other side of this, so the house has got the big front main room, and then there's the, if you're looking at the fireplace, to the left is his workroom, and to the right is the kitchen, and then there's a stairs that goes upstairs. Did you find the mandrake? Did you find the mandrake?
I think I did. Is this it? And he takes 2 of the mandrakes and holds them up. Is this what you're looking for?
And he kind of looks at you like, your skill as a doctor, why are you pretending to not know what a mandrake is?
I don't know how picky you are. Some people are picky about their herbs. Are these good for you?
Yes, thank you very much. And he takes them. And if you don't mind, will you sterilize a knife as we're about to create an incision in her arm and her stump?
Yeah, with your stuff or my stuff?
Well, I think yours might be slightly better for this.
Do you have any white gold?
I've got some sulfur. I've got some alcohol. I have a lot of vodka.
I guess I suppose the stronger of the vodka that you have would work fine.
There's a bottle in that sideboard there. It's about 3/4 of the way down the left-hand side. Ianto is the only one who can drink that, and Ianto is the only one who wants to drink that.
Ooh, what is it? I am now intrigued.
Go right ahead and enjoy it if you wish.
I'm probably going to also use it to sterilize the tools, but I will also have a sip because you only live once. And then I'll go.
It's like a really strong grappa or something like that. Like it's like a.
Oh, we left grappa behind. This is Strega.
Yeah. This is what I'm thinking. It's like one of those. It's like a super. And you're like, ooh, like if you drink it the wrong way, it'll like burn off your eyebrows. Like just like whoosh, just like that. Yeah.
And then he'll take it, sterilize all the tools with it first, and then find a glass, a tiny little glass, and like, get the fuck out of here. This is great.
Go ahead and enjoy it all you wish. I quite prefer if Ianto didn't. He gets
So good.
What else do you need?
Well, we're going to do this very precisely. I need you to cut her arm. Well, basically just cut all of those beautiful stitches that you just did, but do it so that they don't cut any damage any of the tissues. I just need you to cut the stitches so it opens the wounds.
Oh, then I'll have to sterilize this, and he'll pull out like his dwarven meat cleaver that he uses for surgical things. He's good at it. Trust him.
She's just like.
And he'll pour the alcohol on it, like shake it off, and then I guess would this be like a small blades check?
Yes, a small blades check here. This is purely to make sure that you are cutting just enough.
Okay.
Give you inspiration.
I hold very still.
Okay, here we go. So I'm going to cut here. What I need you to do is think about something else entirely. Actually, tell me a little bit. about your childhood. Just start telling me about your childhood, okay?
I was trained as a witcher.
Go on, please. Tell me more.
Yes, like
There was
how did you enjoy Witcher training? I feel that I should ask these questions as your older brother, and he kind of gives you that smirk.
How
like
old are you?
Well, I'll be turning 16 next year.
Oh,
Or about
you are
6
related?
months. Yes, her father and my father are the same, and I should be fair to say that that's not actually astonishing. You'd be surprised. There was a joke. The Chronicles, and he's kind of keeping this, like, directed at Brenna while he's answering you, Ardzo, thinking that you want to know this information as a distraction for when you make this cut.
Mm-hmm.
And he's like, well, my father had so many concubines, no one really remembers who my brother's, the current king of Redania's mother was, specifically. It's a problem. Oh,
and yeah, as he's saying the middle of that, he goes for the incision.
It is beautiful, quick, almost painless. Done. And the minute the incision is done on the stump, and then he mirrors you on the incision on the arm, and making an incision on the arm, and he puts the two together and just kind of looks at you, Ardzo, and says, "You might want to step out of this circle." Just saying. And now he needs to make a ritual casting check.
Ardzo's gonna step out of the circle before you get started with that.
And he gets a bonus because of things.
Can I assist in this?
Not in... Well, yeah, you lower your presence lowers the DC. The thing about ritual casting is you can have up to 4 people participate in the ritual, even just standing there. But each of you lowers the DC for what he needs to cast the ritual.
I'm participating.
You are. You're the subject. And with a 25, he very much makes it.
Yes.
He needed a 15.
Yeah, woo!
He slowly, as he's doing this, as you step out of the circle, he pushes the two portions of the limb together, and leans back and just kind of flashes his eyes. And as he does so, the sulfur and the ash and the chalk that he used to make this circle flash as well, kind of up and around all of you. This moment of bright light, and as it kind of dims down, his eyes have gone blue and white and are focused on you. There's small flashes coming from the arm as this happens. It's not painful, but it looks almost like there's lightning striking the arm. As you do every moment of this, it takes technically 5 rounds, which is a minute, roughly. Well, no, 15 seconds. Because a round in Witcher is only 3 seconds. And he does this, and as you see, as the flames kind of coalesce, the wax that he had used as like a final encasement around is kind of like turned into a melted off, as if like anyone has done lost wax brass making, where they shape the mold around a wax figure and then melt the wax out, and that's kind of what happens here. The wax melts off, and as the wax melts off, your arm is no longer dismembered. It is intact. And he kind of, the lights and the smoke and the fire fade, and all of a sudden there is he kind of sits back, breathes a little heavily. Well, that was special. That worked.
Well done. I don't suppose
Thank
that
you.
is something you can teach me?
Have you ever... no, unfortunately. It's pure magic. And he kind of looks at you and gives you that slight grimace of one who is actually a mage and a studied mage going, sorry, you're a dwarf. You can't cast magic.
Well, I mean, okay. But, you know, if you ever want to get courageous and give it a shot, I'd be willing to learn. You know?
Yes, I am sure you would be... I have lots of faith in your ability to learn.
I live out in the woods, so there are some things that I cannot pick up on as easily. I understand.
No, it's because dwarves actually cannot cast magic. The chaos doesn't run through you, it stops. There's a whole theory about the fact that you don't actually have magical channels and that your blood system is entirely different. There are people who theorize that it isn't actually based on oxygen and iron, but that might be part of the reason why you can't carry magic through your nervous system. Like, I could try to teach you forever, but it, like, just physically won't work.
Okay, I guess I'll remember that then.
Sorry,
Thank you for trying, though.
I mean, like, I could teach you a lot of things about magic, and point you out to things and so you could be aware of it and do other things.
Oh, that would be excellent as well.
Oh, I have a very good...
We should spend more time together.
Yes, why has Ianto not brought you over before?
I don't know.
I apologize, of course. I know of you, of course. I'm Javik, and you are Ardzo, are you not?
I am Ardzo, am I not?
For mechanical purposes, Brenna, you still have a compound fracture. It has now been treated.
Mm-hmm.
Your arm has to remain in a sling for 3 more days.
Yeah, no, that's fine. She's just like, oh, okay.
But you can use it, and it can work, and it will not have a mechanical failure.
Imagine I'm probably coming back from dropping off Shades at the brother's place.
Actually, we're gonna pay
okay.
it to you
no.
right now, actually.
See, if you had come to Javik's house, none of these conversations would be happening.
You know, I just thought that maybe you all have my back. I feel like this is
we
like
do.
We did.
This is
I
for
think
your own
we did
good.
have your back.
Is
It
it?
is
Is
for
it?
your own good.
Is
For
it? I feel
certain.
like-
Okay,
Ooh,
hey,
This is like what siblings and... Yeah, uh-huh.
Ianto.
Sorry, I was just gonna
I
yell
said
at them,
nothing
but-
about our mother. I
That's
just
true.
said
That's
how
fair.
my mother died.
Yeah, that's fair.
We
Ianto,
figured it out.
Ianto.
Mhm. Yeah. Yeah.
You have a small problem when you
What is
get to the forge. I mean, it's raining. The market is closed. The pub is mostly shuttered, and the bakery is fully closed. Everyone seems to be at home. The forge is closed.
But I know where his brother lives.
Yes, in the house to the just behind the forge, but no one answers when you knock.
What do you mean?
I mean, no one answers when you knock.
Can I get a big basket and swaddle him up and leave a note saying, could not care for him, please take care of him?
Found him on a river. Could I, are there lights on? I mean, it's that time of, like, I mean, I imagine there are probably candles and whatnot in many homes, because it's not super bedtime yet.
No, it's definitely not bedtime yet, and there are some candles in some of the homes. There does not seem to be a light coming from the house here next to the forge, which is where Ardzo's brother...
Okay, I'm just gonna say this. Ianto is not paranoid or anything like that. That is not, it's just that seems suspicious. You know,
Yeah,
Ianto's gonna...
Zerny is not at the house. He's not at the forge, or there's no lights on at either place. The forge is not lit.
The forge is not lit. Oh, okay, well, you know, just does he live alone, or does he have people in his home? Married? Yes, no?
He is not married and he has no children at the moment.
Okay. Just for no reason, I'm just going to check the locks in both of these places just to see, and also the windows. I just wanted to check to see if anything was jimmied, broken, signs of forced entry. Just because just checking. That's just for no particular reason. It's like a little 360. Like I'm basically going to case these joints just to as you do. Just Also, I just want to remind you, just in case, I do have the skill practice paranoia, in case there are things...
Oh, you could roll practice paranoia at this point.
Well, no, wait. You only roll that when there are bad things maybe around, so I feel like maybe I don't...
Trooper, just because you don't roll it doesn't mean the bad things aren't there.
Okay, well, that's great, because I just sort of feel like Prax really wants to tell me that everything is fine, and I don't even...
Not the vibe I get.
It's not the vibe I get either. It's cool. Yeah, I'll do it. Critical, it's a 25, because I am somewhat practiced at being
paranoid.
Yep. I'll make that a 30 for my practiced paranoia, or I would just say good sense, or yeah.
The forge is not lit, and seems cold.
Yeah, that's
the
bad.
door is not locked. The door of the house is not locked. None of the lights are on inside, and there's no sign of a struggle if you kind of glance in.
Yeah.
But there's no one there.
Okay. All right. I'm just gonna ask a question. So,
And with a 30...
Yeah.
Something smells.
Right.
In the sweet. Sickly sweet.
In the forge or in the house?
Just inside the door of the house.
Okay. We are not going to go in there at this moment because that is suspicious. We are going to first... I've been here for 3 years. If I wanted to hide a body... a body who's not dead, but who, let's say, for example, Shades, where I wanted to put him somewhere safe, where I don't think people are going to find him, that is not a crime scene. So not the forge or this house. If I wanted to stow him somewhere...
It'd be Javik's house.
It would be... I mean, your options really are, at this point, places that you can secure.
Barn, stable...
Favor from Gran.
The places that are totally secure, that you can secure, are Javik's house, his stable, and if it wasn't a crime scene, the forge.
Yeah, the
but
forge would,
you know that as much as Gran is going to let you set up and have a room,
but it's not good.
There are too many people coming in and out.
Yeah, there are too many people coming out of there.
The people's homes here this is a small village, and nobody's there. Most people don't lock their doors in generally.
Yeah, and there's nothing that's
You know that Gwyneth's house, there's a shrine near, but she would ask questions.
Yes, she would. I feel like we're probably gonna have to go. Ooh, I don't like it. I think we're gonna have to go to the stable
at Javik's house.
Yeah, I don't like it. I don't like it at all. Also, I don't like this. I want to see if anybody's watching me. Because
with a 30 in practice paranoia, no one's watching you.
If I have got no witnesses, I am going to poke my head in to see what's what, but I'm not going to disturb the place or really put myself in there. I don't know what kind of weird magic people have, like divination or who knows what. I don't know what they got. I'm not going to be putting my body in there too much. just in case, because there are a whole bunch of priests in this town right now. We just had an entire thing last night that I missed, so I don't want to. You know what I mean? I don't know what priests do. They probably have all sorts.
I mean,
of
if you came from the north to this, came from the north, you would have seen here. Hold on. You would have seen here, like the remains of the large bonfire from the festival. You would have seen the smaller, like hay bale bonfires at various points around the village. It kind of like formed a circle around the village.
Yeah.
But you have not seen anyone from the ride in.
But there are candles, right?
In a couple windows.
Which ones?
Well, there's a light on in Grans.
Okay.
There's a light you saw as you came by in the manor.
Okay.
But you're not sure if that was candles or just the large fire. From where you are, it's easy to see because it's the only one. Here, at the bakery, you see a small flame.
Okay.
With,
That's bad.
Morgana.
Smoke. Certain hearths you don't want to let out, especially if you do things early in the morning. Smoke out of the chimney of the baker's place. Like keeping the...
Roll me an aware... That I need an awareness on, because you are, if you're at the forge, even, it is raining, right?
Yeah. Just giving it a look-see. So we got, probably not. What do we got?
A 9?
A 9. Can't see, it's too far away?
It's too far away. I mean, realistically speaking, you are 175 feet.
And it's raining.
And it's raining.
I'm going to poke my head in to see what it looks like in there. Just a little...
It doesn't look like there was any... Like, you open the door, it's a very simple house. One long room. But there's like a stairs that kind of goes up. There's like a couple loft areas. There's a few benches and chairs, all of which are dwarf height.
I couldn't see them. It's fine.
And there's like one or two like human elf size chairs that are kind of like very obviously for guests, but there's what looks to be a plate and silverware on the table, but nothing on it.
I'm looking for a burned body.
No.
Okay. Where's the smell
no signs of
from?
struggle, no signs of smoke, no signs of fire, and you smell that sickly sweet scent again. And I need you to roll me a deduction.
Okay. I will. And I'm going to spend 5 of my luck points because I just hope it's not the children of the corn. You never want that. I didn't add the +5. So at 28.
It does not smell like a burned body. There are no signs of struggle. It doesn't even look like there's anything that was placed on the table that should have been interrupted. It was like they didn't get that far. But you think back, and then you think back to where you just spent the night.
Yeah.
That smelled like chloroform.
Okay. I know chloroform very well. For no reason, chat. But I know it very well just because... Okay. That forge. I'm gonna hide Shades in the forge. Forges, I think I can probably cover him, right? I can probably get him in there, covered, and...
I mean, it's open.
I could lock it, right?
No, I mean, like, it's not...
It's an open forge.
It's an open forge.
Okay. All right.
So like, for any of you who've played ESO online, there's not a lot of walls.
Yeah. Okay. It's an open forge.
Because it would be safer for everyone around.
Yeah. Okay. I don't like it. Since I came around the top and down, I'm gonna go through, and I'm gonna start on my way through, sort of hitting, sort of like weaving through, like those there to see.
You mean like here?
I mean, like here, right? So like,
Oh,
I'm
you
gonna
want to
come
go
through.
this way?
Yeah, I want to come through that way, sort of weaving through, sort of get people to get vision on as many of the houses, these small little village houses, as possible as I'm heading towards Javik's.
Okay, I will
to
tell
look for
you,
lights.
you will have to go down the road and to the path here.
Mm-hmm.
Because this is a 25-foot drop.
Oh, I see. All right,
When I did the
Yeah.
scales, everything's to scale, so yeah, it's
love
20
it.
feet,
Yeah,
including
okay. Yeah, we're gonna do that. We're gonna go through quietly, right? Like sort of moving the horse very quietly, very.
I need a stealth check from you, at a
Very
penalty of
aware.
-2 because you're riding on the horse.
I'm gonna walk the horse.
Okay.
I'm gonna walk the horse.
Then a
because-
-1 penalty for
Yeah.
because the horse. This is not a horse trained for stealth. I mean,
Nope. Well, scouting horse, I suppose, right?
yeah.
Let's see
21.
what we have here. 21. 'Cause
As you
some-
make
for
your
some
way
reason it's
through,
sketchy. Yeah.
you would notice, because they're obvious to see, particularly in the smoldering rain, the remains of the large bonfire, the remains of other smaller bonfires around. There, you do not see any people.
I'm gonna, on my way, it's not a big deal, right? It's not a big deal. I'm gonna, just gonna go visit that big bonfire for no reason. I'm just gonna go over there and just see how it is. I just want to make sure there's not like a bunch of burned bodies in this
Oh
bonfire.
no
I'm just checking.
no! It's a pile. It was a pile of hay. It is now a very
Good.
burned, wet pile of hay.
Okay, but
and
there's no
logs.
like limbs.
No, there's
Great.
you would have smelled that, right?
Yeah. Just in case, because I don't know. Just in case.
No. There is no scent of burnt
Yeah.
pig or pork or
Yeah.
human or anything
Yeah.
else that would give off that smell.
I'm
It
gonna.
ain't, there is no bacon tonight.
Okay, no bacon. I'm gonna head through looking to see if I can. All right, maybe there's somebody there. Maybe there's maybe nobody there. I want to kind of get a sense of like how empty our town is, and yeah.
As of right now, the only lights that you have seen are in the manor, the bakery, and the inn.
Yeah. I don't. Yeah, we're gonna go to the stables first. We're not gonna go into those places by ourselves. We're gonna go to the stables and put our injured friend in a safe space, and then we're gonna go into the house.
So we're gonna pan the camera back inside Javik's house at the moment. Javik has, after the ritual, he's a little tired, but he has pulled a bunch of books on like basic magecraft and recognizing spellcraft and recognizing the effects of magical curses and the medical influence of hexes and all of these things, and how to differentiate between the hex, the itch, versus someone with a sexually transmitted disease, when they are basically the same thing, except one's caused by magic and somebody being really bad angry. So he's kind of handed those to
Magical
you,
curses.
Ardzo.
I've already gotten what you're training for that. Fine.
So he hands you like
have that book.
2 or 3 books, really. Do you read Nordling?
Yes.
Okay, well, I'm merely asked because this particular volume is only in Nordling. I haven't had opportunity to translate it into Elder speech yet, and so that was all I was going to make. That was my question,
Oh no, I come from good stock. I can read lots of things. I appreciate it.
No. It's purely, I know for me, I can't read Dwarf, and as much as I can attempt to speak it, I can't quite read it yet. I'm getting
Oh, it
better.
is very simple. I would be more than happy to show you.
Oh, I would love that if you had the opportunity, but
We're making
Well,
great friends
it's-
with Javik right now. It's great.
It's not necessarily just stumbling upon the opportunity, it's about making it. So let us have dinner sometime and I can show you.
we should actually. I'm assuming you're staying the night. It's quite late out, and it's raining. Of course, you're not leaving yet.
Probably. My brother is in town, so I will probably stay with my brother. I am not imposing.
No. Of course, you are not imposing at all. It's purely we are being academic and enjoying things. Can I get Brenna, Ardzo, to make an awareness check, please?
Yeah. If you need help gathering or harvesting specific parts of the Warg, I can assist.
21 on the awareness.
17.
You would notice that every time he's been talking and, moving around the space, he's walking in front of the windows and looking out at them.
Yep.
Shh.
Ianto can explain that himself. She's not responsible for that. She's not gonna play favorites between her brothers.
I really feel like you should, and it should be me. I just feel like that's because
one of them put me in a situation where my arm got ripped off, and the other one helped put it back on. So I'm just saying.
I just feel like that's a weird interpretation of the events. I feel like that's not even what happened.
One did help me discover the other one, so they're pretty even right now.
Because it looks like there's murder badness or something going on, I might actually have to just go straight up to Javic's front door. I don't like it.
So are you going into the barn, or are you going to the front door?
I think I'm going to have to go to the front door because there might be something really bad happening. I don't like it, but I don't like it at all. At all. At all. Also, I had plans to make myself look more presentable before I saw it.
Oh, it's Ianto! And the door throws open, and repeat of scene with now soaking wet Maginjar and Barrowman people, in a lawn shirt, who's, not really wearing, white puffy shirt that's now plastered to his skin, and, tight dark leather pants that lace up the front. And he is at your side and arms around you in very quickly, and
There's clearly something wrong. Right? There's clearly something wrong.
There's clearly something wrong, but he hasn't quite gotten there yet. He is still in the, you're alive and you're here and you're not avoiding me. And then there's the...
Ianto's trying to make it so that he can't see his face. It's super, he's really trying, and of course he doesn't have his cloak on because this person has his cloak on, but he's really trying to, it's very clear that he's trying to hide his face from Javik.
Is your hair all...
Yes, you would notice very quickly that he isn't really looking at your... Well, that's not true. He is looking at your face in the sense that his face is right up close and personal in yours, but he's about to plant one on you and will do so if you do not stop him.
Darling, wait.
What? Are you okay? Are you hurt? Are you bleeding? Are you...
Darling,
are you all right? Are you all right?
Wait. Darling, there's a problem.
You didn't come home last night, and you sent people to the house, and you didn't come home, so I'm kind of concerned, and you're in the rain, and why are we in the rain? We should be inside.
We should, yes. I think there's something very wrong happening.
Why aren't you looking at me?
Darling, it's, I think something very bad has happened in the village.
Okay, he will take his hands and, push your hands apart and, move into your face. Now, this is what he wants to do. You as a player can tell me that this doesn't happen. But the minute he sees your face, he's going to start trying to kiss every scar mark on your face.
Ianto looks so embarrassed and afraid and a little small at this moment, right? It's like that's, he's in a very emotional space at that moment. I just, darling, it's please.
You are gorgeous, and I am glad you are home safe, and now we need to get inside, and I guess take in whoever you've decided to bring home with you to come inside, because you're wet, and I do not think that works very well. And he will then proceed to kiss you passionately.
There's like a slight hesitation, like, is this actually happening? For real, though? Like, really? And then...
I told you so.
Stop it. You did not. Maybe you did. And then Ianto kisses him back and like just gives him this big hug and he goes, look, I understand if you I understand if you don't
Okay, so he's going to do something very, very awkward and hilarious because you are still on this horse, right?
Yes.
And it is in the rain, and he is going to attempt to literally sweep you off the horse in the rain, but it's Javik, and he falls on his butt.
So imagine now we're both in the mud, on the ground, and I imagine like I'm just lying there, and he's next to me. We're both on the ground.
That's much better in my head.
No, I don't think it could have been more perfect. You do realize you've ruined that shirt that you're wearing right now, and it'll take...
What, this one?
Who knows? Yes.
Okay, well then I'll get another one.
Well...
There's also magic for that. I can clean this up.
Oh, well... Sit up, prop myself up. Listen, I would understand if you... you haven't really seen me, my face, in the light. It's...
Are we about to have that conversation? Because I guarantee you we're not going to have that conversation right now. It'll be probably extensive, take a while, we might need to take a couple breaks, refreshments in between.
Really?
I think so, yes.
Oh, but, I mean, well, are you sure? I mean, you haven't seen what I look like. It was,
Have you suddenly turned into a Bruxa? And are planning to suck my blood?
No, well, that's...
Blood.
Yes, fair. No.
Then I really don't see how you could be any more attractive than you currently are.
Well, I do want to say I think maybe someone went and killed everyone in the village. I know that ruins the mood.
I'm still concerned that... Okay, and he will get up at that point and, like, sit up and, like, kind of stand up and reach a hand down for you and pull you up. We should get your friend inside, and we should get inside, and we're now wet and covered in mud, but that's okay, I can do something about that.
Wait. One moment. Just put my hands on his chest.
Okay.
And
He is very ripped. It's fine.
Yeah, I know. Put my hands on his chest. I say, I'm so sorry I didn't come home last night. I wasn't able to. Otherwise I would have. I'm
glad that you... okay, but there are things... And apparently this Lady Witcher is my sister, but you introduced her... Huh. Never mind.
I think something very bad is happening, and I feel quite guilty over the fact that even though I'm worried about it, I'm so relieved that you don't hate me.
I could never hate you.
Well... And there's just like this, like, a little bit of consternation because it's like, oh, I cannot explain why I think this because I think you won't like the explanation.
And then he literally takes his hands and puts them on the other side of your face and pulls it towards him like you do with a toddler to get them to focus. There is nothing you could do to make me hate you. You're not that vain, darling. You almost are, but you're not quite that vain. And he, like, gives you a peck on the lips and turns you towards the house like you're walking in.
Start leading the horse. You didn't see me last night. It was terrible.
Well, I met your friend Ardzo is obviously a very good surgeon. By the way, I managed to put her arm back on. That was quite a bit of fun. I didn't figure it out.
You did? Oh, good.
Yeah, yes,
She saved my life, you know.
I'm very happy that she saved your life. That's a very good thing for her to have done, to save your life.
So, you should know that she saved my life. I mean, otherwise, there was a warg.
Well, she brought me a warg, so I figure that that's payment for the, and the mandrake, of course, that what we did. You know, honestly, this is quite astonishing. I would not have expected that this would have worked. But it worked because your friend Ardzo is such a good surgeon. And honestly, he saved the arm, and therefore it was, you know, simple to kind of trick the magic into thinking that the two pieces were actually, you know, freshly wounded, and therefore could, you know, be joined in the same moment. And he's going off on a very long technical explanation.
And I just smile as he's talking, as we walk towards his house, as he goes on this technical explanation, a lot of which I don't actually get because my magic skill and also medical skill are not good, bad, but it doesn't matter because he's just doing that thing that he does where he talks about things that he loves and things that he knows. And I just, like, as I hold the reins of the horse, I just slip my other hand in his hand as we're walking into the house.
You're bringing the horse into the house?
No, I'm walking to the door. I'm going to walk him to the door, and then I'm going to take the horse to the stables.
Okay.
But I'm not going to leave him right now. Like, I'm not going to just, you know.
He leans over his shoulder and calls out to Samuel to come and take the horse to the barn, because that is preferable.
I was going to, well,
No, we have so many things we need to talk about at the moment, and apparently you said creepy magic things are happening in the village. I need to know about this, apparently.
I don't know if it's magic.
And you said murder.
Mundane.
That's
Yes,
important to
yes.
know. I am concerned about murder.
Also, wait. Let me say something to Ardzo first, and also be prepared. I think he might be upset.
Oh, you mean about his brother? Oh, of course.
Right. All right. Okay. Well, you'll have to help me carry this fellow.
All right. And he proceeds to help you carry the unconscious form of Shades inside the house, where we find Brenna and Ardzo. What are the two of you doing?
Sharing secrets about me, clearly.
Where
I'm
I'm experimenting with her arm to test its mobility and what kind of sling I should make.
Yeah, I was gonna say we're probably fitting me for a sling that Ardzo will make, because Ardzo is the medical professional.
Now, does it hurt when I do this? How about this?
Well, you're poking, so maybe a little.
Can I move your elbow this way? Does that hurt at all?
It's a bit stiff, but not painful.
Okay, what if I rotate your shoulder this way? Do you feel anything bad? Oh, look who has returned.
Ardzo, can I speak with you for a moment? It's sort of important.
Isn't everything sort of important when you talk about it?
But this is very important. Well, some things are less important. Like some things I might say, oh, could you get me a nice cologne for my lover over here, and as a surprise? Like, for example, that could be a thing, but that's not the thing that I wanted to talk about.
Were you planning to surprise me with cologne?
Well, I was thinking about it, yes, but...
Well, I guess not anymore.
Now the surprise
Right.
is ruined. So, there's something wrong in the village.
What is wrong in the village?
I think terrible things, actually. The forge is cold.
He'll stop whatever he's doing and
Imagine he's
run.
like holding her arm and
No,
then
wait,
just
wait,
drops it.
There might be more danger. There's something... There seems to be almost no one in the village. I've only seen lights in 3 homes, the manor and the inn and the bakery. Everything else is still and dark.
Well, I don't mean to be crude, but I don't give a rat's ass about the rest of the village. And he'll walk past you out the door.
We should follow. I don't know if there's some sort of ambush or perhaps...
Just
And he'll like walk haughtily through the center of town, but like he's not gonna run in case of emergency, but you know that angry dad walk?
Yeah.
Like when, ooh, fucking dad's mad, and he, obviously doesn't have the cardio to sprint, but he walks at that fevered pace where, you could put four
I thought
horses in
dwarves were
front of
great
him.
Sprinters. Very dangerous over short distances.
Yeah, but there's a lot of distance between here and that and the forge. So
That's true. That's true.
And so that's where he's like a bat out of hell.
And like I just looked to Javik and also Brenna, and I just like we have to go, like to follow him. We probably should see if anyone. We should check the inn. I just if this.
Well, yes, of course. We should put your friend, put him in
Yes.
the over there. I'll go get Samuel, and he'll bring a couple torches, and
See the mana, perhaps, or
weapon.
We can finish adjusting this later, and I put my arm in the sling.
Oh, well, here, let me do. And he kind of like tightens it, but it's just like a hair too tight.
Yep.
Not bad, but just that hair, because he's
not
really
not
a medical professional.
And she's that's why she's just like, that's fine. He can adjust it later. At least it's on now.
I think that might be someone in Gwyneth's place, but it looks very empty.
Well, I will see if it is a monster problem.
I don't think it is.
She shifts her belt,
Unless,
her waist belt to the other side, and then
Brenna, Lady Witcher, unless do you know if monsters produce a sort of a sickly, sweet chemical sort of
several
smell?
do. Yes, there are many monsters.
All right, and follows.
If it is a human problem, that is not much I can do about, unless it
well,
is self-defense.
Right. Yes.
But if it's a monster, I adjust my silver sword to the other shoulder, get that belt on. I'm like, okay,
Javik, stay
I have
close
to
to
be
me.
right-handed for a bit.
Of course. Yes.
All right. I'll take a torch, and I will head with
I will
Javik
not.
and Brenna. I will have yeah. Yep.
Put up.
You see him gesture to the side, and for the first time in a long time, you see him gesture, and a staff emerges in his hand.
That's a good spell. I love that spell.
But it's also a bad sign.
The best spell.
Right? You can just be like, oh, I'll leave this here for later. Summon.
And there's just like so much going on in Ianto's head right now. Like, having Javik here is good. That means I know he's safe. But if things go bad, there's like a lot of like, how do I maneuver all of the angles? There are too many angles, and I don't like it. And I don't like it.
Oh, what a tangled web we weave.
Yeah. Check the inn for like, Prax. I see that face. As we come around the inn, maybe like do a knock.
I'm just keeping my eyes. Well, I'm keeping my eye open for monsters.
Okay, so I know what everyone is doing. Ardzo, you're going to your brother's forge. Ianto, you're heading to the inn.
Well, we all have to pass by that way, so it's like along the way, just like knock on the houses that have lights on them, basically, to see
So
if we can
the
rouse
bakery and the
Yeah.
forge,
Yeah.
or the bakery and the inn.
Yeah.
Here.
Because if there's a light, knock.
There is no answer at either the bakery or the inn, but you do see lights on.
Doors unlocked, yay or nay?
The inn, yay. The bakery, nay.
I will again not stepping fully inside because I want to keep eyes on everyone, all the people who I love. Just open the door, poke my head in, going, Gran, it's Ianto. Is everything all right?
Roll me an awareness.
Oh no, that's fine. I'm aware. 17.
You hear something from behind the bar.
Like a tied up person, something who's been gagged, or like a monster, something.
Like an old woman who's had her nose broken 2 or 3 times who's snoring.
Okay, snoring. Okay,
that level
nice.
of sniffling snoring, right?
Yeah. I'm going to sort of like it's all triangulation at this point in time. I was like, everyone has to stay. I was like, Javik, wait the doorway, and I'm going to sort of step in and try to sort of get behind the bar to make sure she's okay.
She is lying on the floor behind the bar, and I mean, she's not a tall woman, so you would not have seen her.
Yeah.
Just opening the door.
Yeah.
She is sleeping.
Okay.
But she has in one hand, from her left hand, it's kind of fallen to the side as she's kind of laying. Looks like she has just fallen, like literally fallen from where she was standing to falling asleep. So just outside her left hand is a white taper candle with a yellow and green ribbon wrapped around the base of it, and like a little
for this festival.
Mm-hmm. And in her right hand, still clutching it, is her meat cleaver.
Javik, is this magical?
Can I come in? I need
yes.
to come. We're coming in then.
Yes.
It doesn't matter. I'm coming in. He is going.
And I'll step back to the doorway because I want to make sure that somebody can keep an eye on Brenna and also Ardzo, because I do not want them to be murdered.
Okay, let's see how he does.
Ooh,
18.
Okay.
This definitely magical. Perhaps a curse, a sleeping curse of some sort.
Oh, all right. Because that did not look normal.
No, that's not normal. Honestly, she should still be awake by now. She's not a light sleeper.
Yeah, Brenna would probably have the bakery being locked, because I imagine he went to check that. She went to check the bakery.
Yeah, exactly.
That would be walking in probably about this time.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. It's a curse.
Is this giving off anything? And I approach Gran.
When you get up close to Gran, like within 3-4 feet of her, yes, it is going off.
Yeah, it is a curse.
But not strongly. It's
not
odd. It's almost like
not a big one.
Someone who
magic?
could curse someone to sleep should have more reaction from both your medallion and your pendant. Or
Yes,
your brooch.
this is a strange. It should be a lot of a stronger reaction. Can I roll Witcher training to see if I get any weird vibes?
You may
Specifically
indeed.
from examining her, and maybe the other young lady who was here earlier, Lencia. If I can find her, just do a quick sweep. Because I imagine they both live here.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Witcher training.
So if you're
It's not great. It's 11.
you're not sure.
Weird, man.
It's very strange, and Javik himself is slightly odd. He knows that it's a curse. He knows it's a sleeping curse of some sort.
Could it have been the festival? I mean, she was
But I
carrying
don't understand how the festival would do something like that. Like, it's not.
Did you attend the festival last night, Javik?
I'm not really a religious person, and I was planning a different kind of festival when Ianto came home.
Aha, yes. And look at the candle. Can I take the candle that she's holding?
She's not. It had fallen from her hand when she fell. Like, she had fallen to her left side and it fell out.
I will take
She's
the
holding
candle
cleaver,
then.
though.
Yeah, I will take the candle then, because she doesn't know that the fires have been burned, because this is strange. Maybe it was perpetrated by somebody who didn't have a ritual or something last night. Who knows? She'll investigate further when we go into town.
Mm-hmm.
We should see what else is going on.
Yes.
If the festival happened at all.
Well, no, the bonfire.
Well, I saw the bonfire. That I saw. It's hard to miss. It's large.
Seems not everyone made it there.
No,
which is interesting. Such, she seemed a very important figure in town that no one came to check.
Well, that's true. She would have, if she were missing, they certainly would have noticed.
Let's just go.
All right. Well.
So you said are you looking around the building for Lencia then?
Yeah.
Yeah, she would do a quick sweep to see if there's anybody else in the building that's also cursed and asleep. Especially for Lencia, because, you know.
You do find Lencia in the kitchen.
Okay. Does it look like she was in the middle of anything? Cooking?
It looks like she was... No, it looks like she was kind of in the middle of cleaning up. Like...
Okay.
Things had been stacked and washed.
Okay.
Almost as if you looked around, it's kind of pretty obvious that she had fallen again asleep, like just on the ground where she is. The cook fire behind her has burned itself out.
Yeah.
Okay, good. Yeah, that was another concern potentially. But the town hasn't burnt down and it's raining, so that's good. Does it, like, if I examine her, does it look like she fell hard? Like she had any head injuries, or did it look like she kind of just laid down and fell asleep?
She is holding
It looks
her
like
meat
she
cleaver.
fell hard, but she doesn't have a head injury.
Okay. She's like, oh, well, there could be other people in town who were really close to the end, like the corner of a table when this happened or something.
Well,
so
she's holding her meat cleaver, and that's out here behind the bar.
I
Perhaps
come
she's
out
trying
from
to
the kitchen.
defend herself from something.
Maybe.
Dear, can someone just make you fall asleep like that? But with a.
Yes, if you curse someone, and it takes a while, and technically I guess I could put you to sleep. It takes a little bit of time and effort, and I mean...
Well, it's not a curse, though. It's,
different type of efforts.
Oh, all right.
And I walk out.
So we should check in on Ardzo.
Yes, you said... Where else? You said the bakery also had fire. Candles lit.
Yes.
We should check on
Brenna?
Morgana.
Yes.
But
Did you check the bakery?
it's locked.
Well, did you open it anyway?
No, I came to check on you.
Well, we should probably open it anyway.
Come on.
Yes. And so follow.
So, where are you going, Brenna?
Well, it seems that this is not a good thing, so we should check on Ardzo. And also, that would mean, because she did go through the town, she was at the bakery, and so she'd probably want to see what happened at the bonfire to see if that had any correlation to if there's a reaction from anything residually at the bonfire, and in relation to the curse.
All right. So we're gonna do this in two separate steps. Number one, we're gonna switch the camera as you walk towards the bonfire from the inn, and we're going to follow the camera and switch over to Ardzo as he's striding up the hill towards his brother's forge. Ardzo, what are you doing?
Stealth isn't really his forte, so he's going to walk through the open area of the forge, and in some sort of strange, panicked, emotionally wrought ploy, throw the manacles on the anvil. Certainly, where are you? The manacles you made me are garbage, and I need you to make me another one.
There is no
Certainly.
answer. There is no answer.
Knowing that he would have come out instantly had he heard the insult to his craftsmanship, he would have taken a gander. Door open? Was it left ajar, or was it closed and unlocked?
It was closed and unlocked, but did Ianto leave it closed when he came back in?
Ianto left it exactly how he found it, for investigative purposes. Because you do not leave evidence that you were there,
So it's closed.
but unlocked.
Yeah.
It'll test the lock, find out that it's unlocked, and open the door and like take a look around. Certainly.
No answer. Roll me an awareness.
Okie dokie. It's an 18.
You see
Slightly
again
panicked.
in this long table that's kind of in the center of the room, the fires are out. There are no candles lit. There's a table, there's a plate and a cup at the end of the table, but there's nothing in it and there hasn't been anything in it. And you smell that sweet, sickly smell of chloroform just inside the door.
Before he like enters, he's going to take that same sort of tiger balm thing that he put on Shades and line his own nostrils and like upper and lower lips with it so it burns. And he can feel that burn. And he'll take out his stout dwarven cleaver and start to walk into the space. Trying to be quiet, probably not doing a great job after yelling, you know?
I mean, do you want to roll a stealth for me?
Oh, I'll give it to you. Okay. Oh! 19
Very impressive.
for me.
You come into this space, and as you're working your way through it, there is no sign of struggle. There's no chairs overturned. Your brother is nowhere to be found. There's just the smallest hint of the scent of chloroform right inside the door.
And so, like, and then he'll turn around and, like, look at the door and see if there's anything around it, any sort of trigger to this chloroform thing, why it's only localized right by the door,
Roll me
like
an
how they
awareness.
implemented. $23.
Right. And Ianto wouldn't have seen it because he didn't go inside. And you only saw it because you turned around and looked at the door the other way. Behind the door, because of course it opens inward. So behind the door, next to the hinges, there's a small rag right next to the door.
Is it like tattered? Is it good looking? Is it like a high quality? Is it?
I mean, it's a serviceable. It's not tattered. It's not really high quality.
It's hanging
It's-
from the door.
No, it's on the floor.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Okay.
But it would have been behind the door if it was open.
And there's no sign of struggle.
Nope.
He's going to take. Did he have? He had a plate and a glass out. Did he have napkins out?
No. Didn't seem like it.
Okay. Can I take one of his napkins and pick up this chloroform rag without putting my
yeah.
fingerprints on it? Yeah. And then like wrap it up in one of his napkins, put it in my pocket, and see if anything was taken from his abode.
So I have a question about your relationship with your brother. How well do you know your brother?
He would be, other than Ianto, he would be the one person that I would visit from time to time to get out of my area.
So you would
Maybe
know,
have-
like, the obvious public places where things would be or something like that.
Mm-hmm.
Do you know where your brother would hide anything?
He might have made something like a lockbox or like a some sort of a craftsmanship-based hidden area in his place?
Nothing of the obvious seems to be missing. The candlesticks are in place, the silverware, some of the nicer, like he has a wrought iron book stand that he's kind of crafted very intricately. There's a small personal loot and leaned up against like a chair near the window, kind of just like a nothing chest. You know, there's also a small chest there underneath it, like a hope chest. Nothing that you can find is out of place. His lockbox of cash is where you would expect to find it. It doesn't look like anything was taken.
And his tools are still outside?
His tools are very much outside, but they are put away where they belong. Like they always are when he's not actively using them.
And so, at this point in time, he would try to role play, like he would assume what would happen, like somebody walked in and chloroformed him really, really well. There's no struggle. So he would like think and process through this and like stand outside the door and open the door and then and then look around like what would be out of place? What kind of person could do this? And literally squeeze out any sort of information, and then realize that okay, well he loved the bakery. Maybe perhaps he's hiding out there and eating all of the fine bread. And then he would like shut the door after like potentially not discovering anything from that, and then make his way to the baker. That would be the plan.
Okay. So we see Ardzo moving south through town at the point when Brenna, Ianto, and Javik are moving north through town. Samuel, by the way, is following along. He's got a torch in one hand and a serviceable sword in the other, and seems, to your eye, Brenna, capable in using it.
Okay, cool. I won't worry about him too much then.
You're probably better, but he's functional.
Mm-hmm.
So you would probably come across Ardzo in the marketplace in the center of town.
And we're over at the bakery, right?
Oh wait, you're going to the bakery, or I thought you were going after Ardzo?
Well, because we have to pass by the bakery, right? So because he was all the way up front, and then Brenna all the way up front, right? And so we're coming right.
Okay, so you're saying that Ianto and Javik are further behind.
Yes, because we had just come out of the inn, right?
I run into.
Yeah, and the
Ardzo.
Yeah, right. So then, like, I imagine that she would run into Ardzo first because she's probably up where he's at, whereas Javik and I are probably where the bakery is right now.
Okay.
Because she didn't break in. It's weird.
Yeah, I'm not a criminal.
Yeah, me neither.
Yet.
And then you just... Yeah.
Also, I'm checking out this. I want to check out. I went to check up on Ardzo and the bonfire. So I find Ardzo. That's one of two things. Is everything all right?
No.
How so?
My brother is missing.
He's missing.
I found the rag with chloroform on it.
The innkeeper and her relation, granddaughter, something, they are under a sleeping curse. The rest of the town, the baker did not answer the door.
But you found them, and my brother is missing. Perhaps the baker is missing too. So maybe we need to wake somebody up and figure out what the fuck is going on.
I'm trying to figure out what caused the curse, so I'm checking out the bonfire and I pulled the candle out of the sling, so I imagine she just tucked it in there. Gran had this and a meat cleaver in her hand, which means she never attended the festival. So I intend to find out if the bonfire perhaps triggered a sleeping curse on the whole town if no one is answering doors.
Perhaps, but then why would there be a rag full of chloroform on the floor of my brother's apartment if the whole
Maybe
town
they
was
knocked
magically
everyone out
put
and
to
then
sleep?
took your brother. I don't know. I'm following a lead. There are many.
Well, I'm going to break into the bakery if you couldn't
I think
get
that
in.
is what Ianto is doing. So I will be there in a moment. I just want to see if the bonfire has any magic to it or had any magic to it.
Can you whistle?
Can I whistle? Yes.
Whistle if you need something, I will hear you.
Same for you.
You know how to whistle, don't you? You just
pucker up and blow. So
check.
We talk briefly, efficiently. There's no beating around the bush. We pass.
So we're gonna stick with Brenna for a moment.
Oh, okay.
The remains of this bonfire are like charcoal, and there does not seem to be any reaction from your medallion.
Just kick through it a bit.
An awareness, please.
I would love to roll you an awareness check. And you know what? I'm going to spend a couple points of luck on it. I'm going to spend 3 points of luck just because I feel like this could be important. 22.
Your medallion is not reacting.
Okay.
There are no human remains. There are nothing odd that you would not expect about for an Imbaelk festival.
Yeah, or even other ribbons from like the type of the candle, because she imagines those would come off pretty easily. See if anybody, if there's an absence of ribbons, that would be an interesting sign too.
You do not see any ribbons that are inside this bonfire. You notice two things, however.
It's not just what's here, it's what's missing as well.
Yes. What is also here, it is a bonfire, hay, wood, but you notice growing at the edges of the remaining
Snowdrops?
Some snowdrops. You also notice, because it's raining and it's getting dark, your brooch is glowing just a little bit brighter than usual.
Just a little bit brighter than usual. Well, that's interesting. I'll pluck up a snowdrop.
Hey, Lindy? Can you roll me a resist magic, please?
I would love to do that for you. I'd love to. I'm going to spend my other 3 luck.
Give her, I give her inspiration.
Resist magic roll.
I give her inspiration. Also, so does Javik from Brotherly Love. Just like their brothers out there in the night.
I'm gonna resist all that magic.
See,
With a 34.
that was us. That was us.
With a 34, you do resist, but you started to feel it the minute you picked this snowdrop. It smelled so sweetly and calming, and it's just like you wanted to just lie down and go to sleep. And then you kind of shake your head and go, that would seem rather stupid at the moment.
But you know who mentioned they appreciated the snowdrops growing out of the edges as a bonfire yesterday? Aldvin. Haven't seen him yet. She'll go look at the bakery, breaking and enterers. And she'll tuck the snowdrop in. She'll hold it in the hand that's in the sling. So that way and then throw the cape over it just in case it's got a wafting odor, just to kind of mute it a bit. But she'll make note of that. She will, maybe Javik can find out something about this magical flower essence thing majigger going on here. Maybe we can reverse engineer an antidote for some of these sleeping people who maybe were going, Snowdrops. Waft the snowdrops. I don't know. Maybe they were huffing snowdrops. I don't know what these people do in their spare time.
I am here for huffing snowdrops.
Yeah.
Ardzo,
I'll keep an attention on that too.
Ardzo, as you stride up to the bakery, Javik and Ianto are outside. Javik is looking at Ianto like, what do you want to do?
Well, let me just go check the window to see if anything's unlocked.
And he looks at you. Don't you have your lockpicks?
Well, I have my jeweler's machines. Give me one moment.
I mean, you had to open that chest for me the other month, right? Remember that when it was you lost the key and you said you could do that? And
yes, one moment.
We don't need to do. I can.
Do you have a key to the baker's?
What is your definition of key?
A shoulder check.
Property damage is so gauche. And
well, it's more incentive to get the blacksmith.
And he pulls out the other pair of lockpicks, the ones that the official ones that are not hidden on his person in other places. And he's like, one moment, just give me a second. Everything all right at your brother's? I hope.
No.
I was afraid of that.
Would you like to roll a pick lock?
I would indeed. I think I actually get a bonus to that because of my gear.
You have the correct gear, so you...
Yes, I do. I just get a bonus for other things.
Yes.
That are not that related.
But you still crit. I
do, and I imagine it's just one of these things like, I've just got these, these old things. A roll of 36, and it's just one of those things where it's like, I think what I do with the 36 is that I make it seem like I'm okay at this, but not so great.
You make it look easy, but it is not.
No. I make it look a little hard, like I've got some skills, but I'm not like a 36 at lockpicking. Do you know what I mean? Like I can.
Could you roll me a deceit, and I'll give you a +2 for that 36.
Sure. Because we don't need it to be like where I'm like, I just like tap at it and
these old things.
These old things.
Like you just knock on it like the fawns and it just opens.
We don't want the fawns level of lockpicking here. Oh, hey, fumble, nice. That's great. Roll low. Okay, a 20.
20
at my deceit.
That's bad.
Yeah,
You're.
Good to know.
I try not to look as competent at lockpicking as I am. Is what I'm trying to say. That is my intention. And whatever happens.
You open this door. There is a light from inside. The oven is burning out, but it isn't all the way out yet. You can still smell the blast of the coals.
Hello?
Ardzo just barges in.
I sort of get a shoulder check from like a small dwarf.
There is no one inside the little, remember it's got this little counter area that kind of opens onto the public. That's kind of the shop space, but and then the doors behind. There's no one in the front area.
He'll turn back and look at Javik and Ianto and put a finger to his lips. And then he'll go towards the back door. And then a couple of steps right before he reaches the back door, you see his pace quicken and he Spartan kicks the door.
Can I ask you to roll me a dodge, please?
Oh.
Sure can. You sure can. That is a critical.
Okay. That's good.
I'm so nimble for a dwarf.
Okay. You are. You
Oh my gosh.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah, you
Uh-huh.
are.
That is a 4D. I dodged it with the 4D.
How good are you at dancing? I mean, so you're really good at cooking. Are you good at dancing as well? Like,
It's got to be spur of the moment. I can't plan and dance, but I can spur of the moment and dodge real well.
So you kick this door, which by the way is the door to her back room and her personal space, and it's a swing door, so as you kick it open, it hits the wall and then swings back at you, and the moment that it does, you just slide to the side and step inside.
And then I put my hand on the door, hold it there, and stand there dramatically and look around.
Hello? I say, anyone home?
There is no answer. Would you like to roll an awareness? Anyone who may.
I'd like to do some smelling, as it were.
That
17.
would also be an
Don't
awareness.
smell
check.
any flowers, you see.
18?
Just to round out the crew.
Come on, boyfriend.
And the 21.
Yeah. There's a reason why I date this man. Well, wait. Too much awareness is probably not good, but you know what I mean. It's fine. it's
You've been living together for 3 years. You're beyond dating.
I know. It's just hard. Because, well, the first year was, we're not going to talk about it. We're not going to talk about the level of
he kind of cocks his head as he kind of steps into the space. He goes, "Do you hear that?
Where?
That mumbling that up here." And he kind of goes into this back area that's obviously a living space combined personal kitchen and her personal living space, not her bedroom. Like there's another door that you can bet is her bedroom, and then he kind of leads in, and like there's a table, and behind the table, and is a folding
like one of those yes, right. And there's
we're very descriptive. It's panels. It's like a shoji screen, but it's not a shoji screen. It's a folding screen, right?
Sure. Yes.
3 panels.
Privacy screen.
Thank you. See, my friends know words when I forget them. And behind that you can just make out what looks like he sounds like somebody mumbling as he kind of goes over there, and he's like, Ardzo, you might want to contract this. I think she's asleep, but
magically again.
I'm pretty sure of that, actually, yes. Almost 100% positive. Do you know, this is very odd. This is very, very odd. Honestly, darling, I'm quite actually kind of glad that you weren't here last night. This seems...
Is there a rag of chloroform nearby?
No. This is magical sleep. Somebody cursed her asleep. She was trying to get... Well, she apparently got dressed and was, but whatever.
He'll pull out the little napkin with the chloroform rag that he hasn't touched, and like, I looked at my brother's place and I found this. This is the sweet smell. I didn't find my brother, though.
Well, if he'd been cursed, there would be no reason for the chloroform.
But there was a reason for the chloroform, but they also took him.
Well, then perhaps he was gone before everyone got cursed. Or after.
If he was gone
but
before everyone... Then why would he need to be chloroformed?
Could I ask a question?
You may indeed.
And I would like to roll a check. I feel like actually...
What was that? I'm sorry, your GM couldn't hear you. What kind
it
of
was
check?
static. I feel actually like Ardzo should probably make this check instead. But I'm just saying that sometimes when you chloroform people... Okay, sometimes there are people in the world who have chloroformed other people before.
Yes.
You know what I mean? I'm not saying who, but like there are people who might have done that before. And I imagine if you know how to make chloroform, for example, and maybe you have used it multiple times, for example, maybe you have a good sense of how long it takes for the smell to dissipate. And I walked through that place the first time around, and I'm just wondering if I could maybe think timeline-wise about how long this might have been. Because that ceremony was last night, and if there's a chloroform smell lingering. I'm just kind of wondering about dissipation, as it were. You know, because like sometimes you want to leave evidence. You know, you know.
If you come up close to it, to smell it, it has already begun. It has begun to dissipate significantly, and it's even more so because you went outside and left the space, and went outside when it was raining.
And
now,
I smelled it earlier, though.
You did. You did smell it earlier. Now I need my actual thing.
Because I'm thinking about like, you know, how, like, basically I'm thinking that I can probably sort of use my knowledge of the when I smelled it last and kind of find a way to sort of get Ardzo to give this information out loud rather than me, if I can.
Okay, so here's what you're going to have to know. I need an education roll.
Okay. All right, that's fine. I have 2 luck points left, and I will use those. I will use my 2 luck points.
I'm thinking I shouldn't have burnt all my luck points on breakfast.
15.
It was an epic breakfast.
Look, I burnt mine on sniffing flowers. So,
Yeah,
you
I
know.
mean, yeah.
Picking flowers.
You would know that the scent of chloroform, unless it is renewed, dissipates within about 10 minutes.
Okay.
It has been significantly longer than 10 minutes for you to get to that house.
Yeah.
Get back.
Yes, and back. Yeah. Oh, Ardzo, you do things with chemicals and all that, do you? Don't you? You know these sorts of things. These sorts of things. You know these sorts of things. How long does something like this last?
What, the chloroform?
Yes.
Not long. It is similar to alcohol in the fact that if it was left on the cloth over time, it would go away rather quickly.
Oh, but how long would you say that would you say what? 10 minutes, 15, 20, an hour, 5 hours?
It does not take much effort for alcohol to turn into vapor when exposed to moving air. So, I guess, and I'm assuming if I don't have to roll for this, I would like.
No, you don't need to roll. You don't need to roll for this.
Yeah.
I
It's
actually
a
know how
very
to
short
make it.
amount of time, 10 minutes, so they must have just come in and...
Perhaps. And you know, Ianto actually does know how to craft chloroform for no reason. So he was like, well, it's so strange. I said when I was coming through the town, I did smell that sweet smell near your brother's house. So, and that was far more than 10 minutes ago. So that seems, does that seem normal?
He'll take it out and knowing that he's like lined his nostrils with some stuff to kind of like coat it. He wants to, like, he looks at Ianto, if you would not mind in case I fall over. And he'll go and he'll take a deep breath, like in his nose of the chloroform to see if he could pick out any unique ingredients.
Roll me an alchemy.
And I'll be prepared to catch him?
I'm just gonna be walking back in, having picked some flowers, seeing like him huffing some chloroform.
Yeah, you will.
Nice.
Baller. 36.
What are we doing?
So, with a 36, so many crits tonight, there is something
on a roll.
under the chloroform. There is something that is... This isn't right. There's something else here, and that's keeping the chloroform stable and perpetuated. There's a hint of wax. And there's also a hint of... What is its official title? Something that literally makes you sneeze, even on top of that kind of like tiger balm scent that you have there. It's it's that scent that's you just smell it and you automatically just start tearing and have to sneeze. Excuse me. And I need a endurance roll, please.
I'm just getting ready to catch. Although
24 with my stoutish dwarven godness.
You are a very stout dwarf of renown, and you smell this, and then you start to shake your head, and you're like, nope. There's something underneath that's a combination of things that forms a hallucinogen. So there's the chloroform that's kind of suspended in wax to kind of keep it lasting longer, right? Because the reason it dissipates is it's a liquid and it goes like this. But if it's not a liquid, and this is Witcher, so I can't have it be a solid under certain circumstances, but instead somebody suspended it in wax, but there's also a hallucinogen underneath it.
There's more to this than just what it seems. There's fuckery is the foot. Yavik, if you don't mind, I could potentially extract some of the common elements and just leave the rarer elements here if I could have access to some of your ingredients.
Well, yes, we should definitely take this to my laboratory. We could work this out, and between the two of us, I'm quite sure we could figure it out. Also, do you mind? And he's kind of turned and has picked up Morgana and is going towards her bedroom so that she's not just like crumpled in a heap behind her shade.
I hope open doors.
Yeah, and he lays her very gently on the bed, and like takes her shoes off and puts a cover over her. And I think that's when you come in, Brenna, he's just finished that and turn to Ardzo and be like, yes, of course, we should take this moment.
Don't pick the snowdrops.
What?
The snowdrops from the bonfire. They have magic.
Happened.
She'll standing a decent bit away. She'll pull out the snowdrops. I picked it, and it was as if I was resisting a magical sleep.
Well, that's very intriguing. Do you mind? And Javik will take it from your hand.
Perhaps
can I
you
smell
can reverse engineer to wake up the people?
Perhaps I could actually do a lot with that.
Now Ianto's like, I just want to make sure that he doesn't fall. There's just like
Be careful with it.
Yes, I'm not going to smell it.
I suspect this is what puts the people under, which means...
This doesn't look right. Does this to you? And he kind of turns to Ardzo and says, this doesn't look normal to you, does it?
At the root of the snowdrop? Or just the snowdrop itself?
At the root.
Yeah, sure.
The root structure looks weaker than normal, but if it is a new plant, it can be justifiable, but it should not sprout that big.
Not the root structure. Although I do understand that. No, does that look like a face?
What?
On the snow? And he'll look at it.
See, and
lean in. Everyone's just like, huh?
It looks almost like a mandrake root at the stem.
Ooh.
Interesting. You know who said they loved the snowdrops from the bonfire?
Whom?
Is it, Baldwin? Is that priest
The
we
new
spoke
one.
to? I believe
He's
me
not
too.
new. He comes through frequently.
He was to help orchestrate this, and this was by the bonfire. There was multiples. There were very many.
Theoretically, if the ritual goes correctly, the snowdrops cover the ground, and it's a new birth. Light the fire.
Which means something did not go correctly or was intentionally done.
They're not supposed to look like mandrakes from the roots, and
I think we need to check in on the priests.
Well, I know who stays with Gwyneth when he's in town.
Yes. Well, and that's on the way towards the
Didn't you
manor
say
house.
that was one of the lights that were on?
Yes, and it's on the way towards the manor house as well. If someone's been kidnapped, Ardzo, if your brother's been kidnapped, we will find him. We will.
There's a lot we have yet to discover. Why, for instance, does the snowdrop look very similar to the mandrake fruit. Is it the hybrid? Is it an amalgam? Is it an illusion?
Has been infused with someone's soul. Well, the essence or something.
Well, that'd be necromancy, and I officially cannot know. I don't know anything about necromancy.
Oh.
And
you said that weird.
Look,
No,
I'm not
he
supposed
didn't.
to.
No one is supposed to dabble in the necromantic.
And
I
if
don't
you knew
dabble, and I may have. All I know is how to recognize when someone else has done it. So if you give me a moment, I will try and determine whether or not this is necromantic.
All right.
And he takes the little mandrake root snowdrop in his hands, cupped between them, and he
The
looks at
snowdrake?
it. The
The
snowdrake.
mandrop?
Snowdrake.
I like snowdrake.
Yep.
It's raining men. Sorry.
And he looks at it, and he focuses as if he's focusing on magic. And Ianto, you've seen him do this before. You've seen him focus strongly on something to try and understand or ascertain its secrets. And that's what he's
Also
doing here.
interesting. It's also interesting my medallion did not react to it, but
At
my
all.
brooch did.
So it sounds as if someone was able to suppress witcher medallions or something like this.
And he passes out onto Ianto.
Catch.
Oh,
Um,
it seems he succumbed to the magical effects.
But
no, that's different.
his eyes are open. And
that
he's
is
like
creepy.
Javek?
not responding.
Javek?
I'll take that snowdrop from him.
No, I lower him to the ground, and I slap him a little bit. Javek, I ears breathing, ear chest. Javek,
He's not breathing. Does that make sense?
that's not a positive affirmative
Yeah. I'm gonna
phrase.
just take those away from him.
Javek, all right, come on, Javek.
Brenna,
Mm-hmm.
can you roll me an awareness, please?
I would love to. I don't have any more luck, but I didn't fall asleep at least. That would have been awkward if y'all just found me asleep in the middle of the town
That'd be
square on, like, my newly attached arm in the rain. That'd have been really sad.
Also, practice paranoia.
I can get a practice paranoia, and if Ardzo wishes to roll an awareness as well.
And there's
Absolutely.
traps or ambushes. That's all. just in case there are those things, which I somehow cannot imagine is the case. But because why would that happen? The 2019 20. Brenna tied. I see it. It's okay. Still 3-1.
Yeah, but you didn't roll awareness, so.
Yeah,
feel like
it
it's
only
still
counts if you're rolling the same roll.
fair.
Yep.
Brenna, you hear it first. It's high, very high pitched. It's a cry, a scream almost. But it's not human, and it's a cry of anguish and pain, and your medallion is vibrating against your chest and pounding so hard. Ardzo and Ianto, both of you hear this cry. It's inhuman. It's not dwarf. It's not elf. It's nothing with a humanoid vocal cord system could make this sound.
Is it coming from the flower, and does it sound like my lover? These are just the two questions I need to know.
It does not sound like your lover, and it
Thank
is
you.
not coming from the flower. It
Okay,
sounds like it's coming
thanks.
from outside.
Great.
Does it sound like anything that in my witchering experience would have heard before? Can I make a witcher training check to
You could make a
identify
Witcher
what
training check.
is screaming like that, mayhaps?
Also, Ardzo and Ianto and Brenna.
You're giving us extra XP. You love us.
That brooch that Brenna wears is glowing brightly.
Hardcore.
Oh, fudge monkeys.
And pulsing.
Pulsing? That's not what I wanted.
So.
And unfortunately for you, Brenna,
What is it?
No.
Do I know? 19.
it definitely sounds. You're sure it's wrong. You have to be
Of
wrong.
course. Yeah.
There's no reason for there to be a dragon in Kagen.
Fuck. Okay. Sweet.
And that's where we're gonna pick up next week.
Can I roll
Bakery
revenge?
does the bakery have a
It's,
basement?
It's been a nice campaign, y'all. We'll see ya.
Oh.
You know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna be like, here, dragon, have a snowdrop.
That'll fix it.
If it's a sleeping dragon, just let sleeping dragons lie. We just have to get the dragon to fall asleep first.
I just feel like before the dragon girl was going to say that when the minute Ianto heard that thing, Ianto would basically roll Javik behind the. Can you remember like behind the counter?
The
so
privacy
that
screen.
Yes, so like nobody sees Javik because we don't need anyone to see my man.
Does the bakery have a basement? Can we just?
Does the bakery have like day-old bread you could use as weapons? I mean, like I feel like there's maybe you could just throw little loaves, small.
Maybe the first loaf of bread that they sold, they bronzed.
Yes, yeah.
We could use that, like the commemoratory bread.
Yeah.
Croissant. It'd be a croissant.
Yeah.
A throwing croissant.
Yes. Oh.
What
So, how are we all doing?
We just started, Prax. This is episode 3.
Gosh.
I don't think witchers are advised to fight dragons solo, is what I'm gonna say.
But you're a witcher, though, right?
Can you like Avengers assemble some more witchers?
That's not exactly how that works.
Like blow
you
on
do
the aqua horn and get
yeah.
more witchers to come in from the sea?
Yeah. Or maybe you could do like
so
Wonder
close
Twin
to the
powers.
coast.
Like Wonder Twin powers
But we're
activate.
not twins.
Okay, that doesn't work then.
And neither are me and Javik. No,
Okay.
neither of my brothers are twins.
Okay, well then we can't do that. So I can't turn in a bucket of water.
Maybe we're twins. I'm like the only one that you're not related to yet, I guess.
Yeah. So you could be twins and then bucket of
Yeah.
water, giant eagle. I don't know why they ever did that. I don't know what the bucket of water was for, but apparently that was the thing.
I'll have to make another Witcher training check. But what do I know about dragons? Even though it's not right, if it was, what would I know about them? Because this is the golden age of Witchers, and they're not all murdered out yet.
When you
know
said
what?
dragon,
roll me a Witcher training.
Oh, okay.
Roll me a Witcher training, and we will end on this information.
Oh, that seems distressing. Like I feel like that's not a present.
Okay.
Okay, 24. It's great.
Oh god, she's got the book.
Yeah, that's no good.
Oh boy. Oh shit.
Yeah, I don't feel good about this.
I don't feel good about this either.
I don't think
Can we
anyone
just
here,
hide from the
except
dragon?
for Prax, feels good
Let the
about
dragon
this.
pass. I don't feel like the dragon's our problem. For
So-
some reason.
Maybe
Fun
it's a dragonfly.
This is from the Chronicle of Erland of Larvik, the founder of the Griffin School of Witchers.
Okay.
I've had to fight a dragon only once in my past. The dragon, an old brown dragon named Fentonanhur, had taken up residence in the Kestrel Mountains where Gelbor now stands. It might not have been a problem were it not for the trade route between Redania and Kedwin that passed through his territory. Fentonanhur had claimed the pass, and anyone who even went near it was summarily executed by the Worm's Claws. This was not a fight to rush into. I spent 2 weeks studying the creature before I made my move.
Oh.
Fentonanhur was a perfect specimen, but had
Next we're in
one
a bakery.
weakness:
Got food.
an all-encompassing hatred of necrophages. And with a 24, you would know that dragons are sapient, sentient, and can communicate.
Fantastic.
Just say hi.
and may or may not have been the original species on the continent to form a complex culture and understanding of the world. Usually solitary.
Hey, buddy, don't pick the snowdrops. Just a friendly word of advice. There's bad juju going on here.
This just in, there are dragons in Kagen. Dragons in Kagen, everyone. Lock your doors.
So, I hope you all had fun.
Yes.
Yes.
Yes. Yes, very much so.
That's a reaction. I'll accept that as a reaction. But we're gonna go around. We'll go in the same order we started to let everybody tell you all the wonderful fun things they get to do, and I'll do the spiel at the end because I love all my friends and I want them to go first because I love them. So, you know what? Say one thing you enjoyed about tonight and give some love to people because everyone needs love. Hey, Billy.
Hello. I enjoyed. I'm Bill Forrest. I play Ardzo. I enjoyed role playing with Trooper.
You never get to role play.
I mean, we will, and we did just then. Some pretty complex. You know, some pretty complex stuff, and you know, nothing was. We really like. That's the cool thing about having a small cast in TTRPG is like you are much more comfortable reading and displaying information without like overtly communicating all that stuff. So there's a super amount of trust involved, and this crew has it in spades. GM, Lindy, Troop. It's just a joy to be able to do that. That's my thing.
That's your thing? Well, I think you should follow Bill because he's fabulous and a great partner and a fun person to play with.
Oh, yeah.
Hey, Lindy.
Also, best beard, best ponytail.
Yeah. Agree.
True. It's better than my beard.
Hey, Lindy.
But yeah. Hi, that's me. I'm Lindy. Super fun. Brenna's happy to have her arm attached back. She's less happy that the town appears to be under a sleeping curse with exactly at least one kidnapped dwarf. She suspects maybe there's some priestly voodoo magic behind this, maybe, because, I don't know, it just seems awful coincidental. He was like, my favorite part is the snowdrops, and then these happen to be some fucked up snowdrops. Just saying, seems like an awful coincidence. And now there's a dragon, so... Yeah. I'm sure everything will be fine. She just has a wedding to go to. You know, it's not her wedding. She just has to attend. But I'm sure these will all resort themselves out in order for that to happen. And, you know, she's got 2 brothers now, so everything's great.
Well, you've met 2 of your brothers now.
You have a
That's
lot
true.
of siblings.
I've met 2 of them. I haven't been as far north as Redania, so that's probably why I haven't met most of the others. Yeah. Also, if they were humans, they're probably getting up there. So, yeah. Favorite moments that I liked? I really liked Ardzo's and Ianto's conversation over the kitchen table. And while he was cooking breakfast and stuff while Brenna was outside. I liked that a lot. That was a really good moment. And I can't wait for many more of those types of things to come. I also adored me and Ardzo making friends with Javik while Ianto wasn't there. We were just having a grand old time. It was awesome. Yeah. You can find me online at LaughLoveLindy, Twitch, Twitter, YouTube, etc. We have our once-a-month Aliens game coming back this Saturday at, I believe, 8 p.m. Eastern? That sounds right. It's either 8 or 9. Just check the Twitter. That's what I'll be posting about it. We're very excited to get back to that, and of course, we'll be picking up our Mondays in Exandria soon. We're waiting on artwork and stuff, so...
I have a question.
Answer.
Will there be aliens?
I hope not. We just murdered a bunch of aliens. There's predators on my ship. I'm the captain and the medic. It's bad. It's real bad. And we do have some fantastic guests as well this week. We've got Greg and Paige from D&D Page.
And Billy.
we don't have Billy.
You're supposed to go with the bit to freak him out.
But I didn't want to because we got along so well today at Jovik's house. And he's making me sling, so it's gonna be great.
That's right.
So yeah, tune in for that, and just also on Sunday, where my character has a lot of feelings about a lot of things, right here on Praxis channel, the Blue Rose. It's fine. Everything's fine. Check it out.
Yep.
Hi, Ianto. You're played by my friend Trooper. I need to talk to Trooper right now.
Hello, I'm Trooper SJP, and I was playing Ianto. So it's really hard to pick out like the best awesomenesses. I am going to say, because I it's how I am. I will say I loved, and also Ianto had no idea, so it was safe and fine. But I loved Brenna and Ardzo just like busting Ianto's chops when he wasn't there by befriending Javik and crossing the streams. Like, it was the best and the worst, and therefore the best, because if it is the worst, then you know it's the best. And I did love that. That was awesome. I did love that. I love this really interesting depth that Ardzo has that is clearly all under the surface in this like super intense way, but like not gonna say nothing ever. And it's like, oh, there's just like, oh, it's so good. I just want to like just pinch his cheeks. Also, I love Javik so much. I love Javik. It's fine. Not even like stressed out, but I love him, and I love falling in the mud with him because he's just he's so smart, and he's so handsome, and he's so great. Oh, it's just, yeah. And he said like, oh, there's nothing you could do to make me hate you, and I was like, oh, you say that now. Oh gosh, that's so, yeah. I bet I could think of some things that might make you less happy with me. Oh, so great. So yeah, it was great. It was awesome. I love this game so much that I kind of can't handle it. And you can find me tomorrow on my channel, Trooper SJP, at 6 p.m. Eastern, where I'll be playing Divinity Original Sin with Little Red Dot. She'll be over on her channel. And we are very aristocratic nobles who are kind of ridiculous because we're wandering around like, oh, should we kill those goblins? Do I say yes? And you can find me on Friday at 1 p.m. for Aether's Walkway over at Laugh Love Liddy's channel. And I think that's my goodness for the moment. Yeah.
Sunday.
Yes. Sunday, Into the Southlands, over at 5 p.m. Over at Kobold Press, where I play a person who does not know how to enjoy things.
I mean, that's a valid statement about that character.
Yeah, who just does not know how to enjoy things at all.
Nope. Doesn't know how to enjoy anything.
Nope. Just one day. Like, yeah. Slowly, they had a little bit of fuzzy milk. That was like a big move. It wasn't anything like super fancy, but they had like a little bit of milk rather than water. Yeah, okay, that doesn't sound like a lot of enjoyment.
You said he had it. He didn't say he enjoyed it. There are two different things there.
It's true. But I have a question.
Okay.
Who are you?
Oh, me?
The best GM ever. And where can we find you, the best GM ever? And like all the good things. Okay,
well, I will take half of that I am a great GM, but I don't know that I'm the best. Hey all, you know me, I'm at Dear Gentleman on Twitter, or Praxis4, you see me around here on Twitch. Welcome to the channel, welcome to the chaos, welcome to my fine, wonderful friends, and all the great stories that we tell, and all the wonderful things we get to do. You will see that there is for those of you who missed portions of it, there is a YouTube. Hi, I do actually read all the comments that show up on YouTube. Thank you for being over there. Thank you for letting us know what you think. Really appreciate you over on that platform. And you will find me... Well, here's the thing. First of all, I love all of you, and thank you for playing this wonderful game with me. I loved the moments between Ardzo and Ianto, where literally, as Coldrake said, all I had to do was sit back and let you all have fun. I also loved the moments of Brenna and Ardzo tag teaming against Ianto with Javik. But not intentionally, which is, well, Brenna didn't intend it. I don't know if Ardzo intended it or not.
I feel like
Brenna
Ardzo
did
totally...
not.
Look, I feel like there's clearly a very complicated relationship going on between Ardzo and Ianto, and I feel like Ardzo did that
there's
on
a
purpose.
very complicated lot of stuff that I am not supposed to tell him, and I was only given like a sliver of that, and so she respectfully did as she was asked.
Yep, didn't mention her mother at all. Merely mentioned her father. It was fine if other things happened to come up, and it was great. As for me, you can find me on Friday over on Wandering DM for some Cyberpunk Red, where I play Trins, the friendly, bubbly, lighthearted, wonderful mechanic with a heart of gold who will use a comically large wrench to beat up people who hurt her boyfriend. And god damn it, she's intimidating. All 5'4" of her Italianness. She is very intimidating. God damn it. And then you will be back here on Sunday with Lindy. And if you thought the consequences that popped up tonight were juicy, let me just give you this small little teaser for Blue Rose on Sunday. Someone used sorcery.
Ooh.
Publicly.
Ooh. That's bad.
So I can't wait to see the fallout from that.
Oh no.
Oh! But always check my Twitter because I post where I'm going to be, all the fun stories I get to tell, all the wonderful people that I get to hang out with, and I love to tell all of you these wonderful stories. So we're going to go raid our dear friend Johnny, because Johnny is one of my favorite peoples. He's playing some wild RP. Yeah, he's the Blams. Even when he almost kills the Maester, who wasn't being very helpful.
I feel like I was helped to an almost early death. I feel like that.
Yeah, but Nymor, stop helping.
2 pinches. 3 pinches. What's the difference?
Oh, well,
Death! Death is the difference!
All
right.
Cool, those are not endurance rolls I can make. Oh, I'll say I learned something.
What?
I learned that my lover knew my mom. That was the thing I learned today. It feels like every episode I learned something new.
Yeah, well, I mean, you learned that. Ianto didn't.
No. As a player, I learned that, and I was like, oh.
You did. Yep. Mm-hmm. Fascinating. Wonder what else he knows.
Bye! Find out next week. Maybe.
Oh,